All right, party people. Let's get back to it. See if I can remember how to play this game. Okay. We are at the substation. And what were we doing before I had electrical difficulties? Okay. Yes, that's right. Okay, so we've completely explored this entire region, which means that we're heading back to Pleasant Valley and then going to Timberwolf Mountain. Oops. All right, so let's figure out what we want to take back and what we want to leave here. We can leave all the food. Oh, so I am thanking my past self right now for leaving all this stuff in the locker, because this is all the stuff we want to take back. All this stuff. Okay, very heavy. Heavier than I would like. Can we drop anything for now? Let's see. We don't need to bring any food back. I'll mention this in a moment. We don't need to bring any food. We probably don't need any... Yeah, even food and water. Let me think. Even food and water. I think there's likely enough food and water on the way back. We don't need to bring much at all, if anything. But what else can we drop? We can drop... not much of much. Not really much of anything. I guess we can drop all these sticks. Because really, there's... I'm not anticipating running into any Timberwolf packs on the way back. Okay. So, if you remember last time, I was saying, did I leave that parka that I found in the mine up north in the mine? And the answer is yes. Actually, at the end of last stream, I actually ran back and found that parka back in the mine. What had happened is I had dropped it. I dropped it at the entrance to one of the crank shaft elevators.
I can barely walk with this much gear.
And because it's sort of like the whole mine tour was a big loop, I never actually went back to get it. Okay, so these crampons will break soon-ish. That's fine. Give us a little bit of weight loss. Right. Okay. Stand here. Drop the sticks, which means we can also drop the 2 charcoals because we won't have a way to light them. And still 5 kilos heavier than I would prefer. Okay, here's what we can do. There's not going to be really any charcoaling at all on the way back. And we can see if we can pick up 43 charcoals. Yeah, we can probably... Yeah, let's drop these here. Okay, drop all the charcoals. And what else? Probably don't need so many flares, huh? Yeah, 2 heavy hammers. Let's see. Is there any reason to leave a heavy hammer up here? Is there any reason? It's really only good for mashing acorns, and it's good for forging. I don't think there's a forge anywhere up here. But there is a cave that goes over to Timberwolf Mountain in this region. We're not going to take it this time. But I think it may behoove us to leave one heavy hammer here in case, on the off chance that there is something up in either Timberwolf Mountain or Ash Canyon that would make it worth coming back for this heavy hammer. That way we don't have to bring a heavy hammer up the rope from Pleasant Valley to Timberwolf. Okay. So, water-wise, we're good. Food-wise, let's take 1 bear meat and let's head out. It's the middle of the day. I hope. I have aspirations. 1. Ooh, 2 survival bows. I think we left 1 survival bow here, though. Let's see. Just to make sure. think we left one bow, a couple of arrows. And what do we have? We have... Okay, birch. Ooh. Ooh, do we leave the birch? We leave the birch. We leave the birch. We leave the pelts. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. But maple saplings. I kind of want to leave one maple sapling here if I don't have any extras. And yeah, we did leave a bow. 48% is probably pretty okay for a bow. At least an emergency bow. And there's a revolver here too. Okay, we're gone.
It's starting to weigh me down.
We're gone for real this time. Let's get the slightly used bow. Oh, there's our bear. Winnie the Pooh sneaking back to his cave. Which means we should be completely unbothered all the way back. Or at least all the way back to the entrance. Although, those are, of course, famous last words. Okay. Just enjoying... And this is, like we were saying before, enjoying the thought of being cold in this Canadian wilderness instead of being hot wherever we are right now. Because summer vibes are just doing summer things. Yeah, can't sprint because we're too fat. And we're just limping back. Okay, rabbits over there. So there may be wolves ahead, but they shouldn't be that close. And our turn off to the valley is just up here. Oh man. I don't know if you can hear this, but listening to all this wind is making me very jealous. I love it when it's windy. It's possibly one of my favorite weather aspects is wind. Because it's just so nice. Okay, I don't hear anything. Feeling good. Feeling good. I thought that would be accessible, but I guess it's a little bit more around. Actually, so we have 22 shafts and no free arrowheads, huh? Wow, we really lost a bunch of arrowheads to those wolves in the west region, didn't we? Just beginning to appreciate exactly how many arrows we lost over there. It's kind of rough. Okay. Alright. That looks clear. I'm feeling pretty safe down here now. Okay, so what is it? There's the... Ooh, shoot. What about that big... I want to climb down that rope. We're gonna have to drop a bunch of stuff to climb down that rope and see what's down there. I'd forgotten about that. Okay, so we go up this hill into the tunnel. There should be a truck or a car or something we can drop a bunch of stuff in on the side of the tunnel. The other side of the tunnel, I should say. And when we get there, what we're going to do is drop a bunch of stuff so that we are under our carry capacity and hop, skip, and jump down. There's this really long climbing rope. And I've been wondering what has been down there ever since I saw it, before we even came into Black Rock region. Because the next two actually regions, I thought that they were just transition regions. They're very thin, they're very long, but this particular one has this unexpected, well, unexpected to me, deep valley that you can climb down into. So I want to see what the deal is down there. It should be, fingers crossed, just a quick detour. If we go down, we should be able to still go back up as long as it's not huge down there. So we should still be able to come back up on the same day. And then we can just walk to the Forester's Hermitage and spend the night there. Okay, rabbits mean we're safe. Rabbits always mean we're safe. Yeah, let's get out of here.
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
Okay, one thing to be very careful of is I had thought this entire region was safe, but there was a wolf unexpectedly on this pass here, so let's not get snuck up on again, shall we? We don't have any scent marks, but that, I don't trust it. It doesn't mean anything to me. We'll just have to cross that. Well, there's a bridge to cross here as well. And I'm not speaking literally, I'm speaking metaphorically when I say we'll cross that wolf bridge when we get there. Yeah, so to the right is the way that we go around, and if we follow the road, that is where the climbing rope is. And that means we can dump a bunch of stuff right here. Okay. Yeah, I even hear an awoo. So we can be careful. Drop, drop. And drop. Let's see, what else is very heavy? This. Perfect. And in fact, we'll also drop the parka. Okay, now we're fast, we're light. Hop down. Quick down and up 15-minute adventure. You know how that ends up. But I did hear the awoo in this direction, so I don't know what the deal with this wolf is. I'm not seeing him here. Okay. Yeah, just don't fall, right? Easy. Easy. There's our rope. I'm wondering if there's even more wolves that spawn in the valleys ahead. Because eventually we're going to be heading over this way. Alright. That's a rock. Don't need a rock. And here we go. Okay, so there's a ledge if we need it. It's alleged. And, okay, it's not too long. Not short, but not long either. So let's just do a quick look around here. Hopefully a quick look around. Because where exactly does this go? Slash, what is here? I don't know why they would even have it. Just keep an eye out for good stuff. That looks impassable. This looks crossable. Okay, we got sticks and branches. And on the left here, is there anything? I wasn't paying attention enough. No, that's a dead end. And so let's go this way. I will pick up that old man's beard wound. Well, it's just a lichen for now, but it will turn into a wound dressing eventually. Okay. Is there anything nice here? No, that just goes down river. Okay, snatch some lichens. And that is a cave. With, it looks like, a flare gun. Ooh.
Can't be too careful.
That is a nice flare gun and a lot of shells. Quite nice. Quite a nice find if I was a flare gun aficionado. And I don't know why there's a bullet hole here. Okay. We don't need charcoal, so I don't even know why I looked. Okay, so that is probably everything that was down here worth taking. And all it cost us was, at the end of the day, probably half of our stamina bar. And maybe a little bit of dignity. Okay, this is just a check. Okay, nothing. And hop. Alright, we're heading back. Who hasn't walked over a stream using a fallen tree branch in their days hiking? Okay, so it was a quick detour. That is nice, because it seems like half the time when I think something is a quick detour, it actually ends up being a whole endeavor. A whole behind endeavor. Okay. We can loosen a little bit of weight here. Just a smidge. Make our life a little easier on the way up. Okay, and climb. I wonder, so it seems like the longer you're climbing, the slower your guy goes eventually. I wonder if taking a quick little rest on the ledge here is helpful at all. I suspect it might not be, but I have no idea. It feels like it should be. But my current thought is that the climbing speed scales most with the fatigue meter. Because it seems like as the fatigue meter goes down pretty aggressively, especially once it gets very, very low, you start really slowing down. We're not stuck here, are we? No, okay. Not looking forward to crossing that bridge. Also, let's not forget the wolf, and just in case. Never know when you'll need it, so keep your arms loaded. Okay, pick up all the stuff. Don't forget anything, and we'll actually probably be substantially over encumbered on account of we've just lost a bunch of our fatigue going down and up that rope. But I say it's worth it. As long as our wolf friend doesn't come by while we're not looking. Okay.
Too much stuff to carry.
Oh yeah. Some say it's just the right amount of stuff. Incidentally, as far as the bulletproof vest is concerned, I feel like most plate carriers, I can imagine that is, especially most plate carriers that would be used in a law enforcement capacity, are probably intrinsically rated for slashing and piercing resistance. Hello. Huh. Kind of a shame because I don't care to harvest you. But I was expecting that guy to be there. I feel like it's... And was that a second one? I don't know. That is not what I meant to take out. This is what I meant to take out. Except, of course, that's going to be the wrong bow. You want the lower quality bow. Alright, but as I was saying, I feel like most plate carriers, especially these police plate carriers, would be intrinsically rated for slashing and piercing resistance, and that's going to come from the fabric of the carrier itself. You know, maybe some nylon or aramid inlays. Most of the weight of a plate carrier itself comes from the plates in the carrier. So I feel like if Mackenzie wasn't Canadian, he would know that you could take the plates out of the plate carrier and instead of having it weigh 6 kilograms, maybe have it weigh 1 or 2 and get the same slashing and piercing resistance, which is really what you're looking for to defeat an animal threat. Right? The plates are only good for the extremely high kinetic energy of bullets, whereas the thread aspect of the slashing and piercing resistance is really what you're going to be looking for to avoid some kind of a bear or wolf attack. I don't like how this thing sways. I don't like how this thing sways at all. I'm just going to have to kind of... Oof. The builder's bridge, I mean, it's still standing, so I guess he knows what he was doing, but it doesn't inspire confidence. Not one bit of confidence, at least from me. But I suppose it makes do. Hey Fami, what's up? We are slowly struggling between bases right now. This is the last bit of preparation before we head north and do some exploration. But I'm good, especially since my air conditioner is now working. I'm sure you are experiencing the current heat situation. Thank you. I'm intending to change it. I have many things that I want to do with it. One of these days, I'll actually do one of these Blender streams that I keep threatening and actually make the changes to the muzzle. But yeah, as far as, you know, something that I just threw together, it's pretty good, I think. Pretty good. But of course, you know, everything can always be improved. But what's up on your end, Fami? Right now, I'm just trying to vibe out in Canada. I can't do it in real life, so this is the closest I can get. Is it considered anime? That is... I feel like that question is a lot deeper than you may be intending, and I feel like it's also substantially deeper than I might be able to answer. So, is it considered anime? I would say that the hallmark of anime is two things. It's those very large, expressive eyes and extremely spiky hair. I would call this, especially due to the sort of 2D nature of the eyes and the mouth that I've got going on, I would call it anime adjacent, perhaps, but I don't think I would have confidence in calling it of calling it anime directly. But adjacent I'd be comfortable with. There's obviously like the two main anime styles. There's like the kimono style, which is a more sort of realistic proportions and details. And then on the other end of the spectrum, there's the chibi style, where you basically have a tiny body and a small head and extremely exaggerated expressions. And this is, I would say, sort of in the middle of those. So it can't just easily lean on either of those and say it's anime. Which is why I'm having trouble putting it directly into a category. In fact, I don't think I have a sufficient amount of artistic knowledge or art history knowledge to really be able to categorize whatever this model's style is. So to be honest, anime-ish might be the best I can do to describe it. Although that doesn't feel quite right for the reasons I said before. But sometimes it's the best you can do. Okay, so... yeah, this is a really long place. Fami, have you played The Long Dark before? Or seen someone play it? I know that there are a few streamers who... actually, not more than a few, who stream this game, and some of them are actually extremely knowledgeable. But as far as I'm kind of like just a neophyte, trying to stumble my way through. You know, perhaps better than your average bear, but not by very much. I mean... oops. Artists you would love to redesign or fan art. I mean, I wouldn't be against it per se, but as far as like anything I would use here, I kind of... having the sort of handmade, put it together myself aspect is... it's sort of part of the hobby of this that I enjoy. So, you know, knock yourself out if it really calls to you, but I'm sure you can find something that's more, more inspiring, let's say. All right, climb, climb. So that blown out, broken down house was a little bit of a storage place I put together when I was coming back this way. So I think we're going to sleep there tonight. Although, make fan art of the character, and then would that be okay? I'm reminded of those, those old OC,
Feel tired.
this is my OC trademark, do not copy, do not whatever things from back in the day on Tumblr and all that. Yes, the Forester's Hermitage. Yes, beautiful food, beautiful water, and this beautiful bed next to this frozen, beautiful body. Okay, so we have a really good reason to sleep right now. So first we eat, then we drink. No, the other way around. First we drink, then we eat, and then we be merry and see how, well, first how long we can sleep, and second how cold it's going to be when we wake up. It's going to be late night, and that's when it really starts getting cold. So I kind of actually should be careful here. Okay. No, this is probably fine. This is probably okay. Okay. A little bit of eating, a little bit of drinking. And let's do just a little bit more water, and I think we can probably make it all the way back to the farmstead in Pleasant Valley with this. Do we have that lantern? Because there is a cave we're heading up on. Yes, we do have the lantern. All right. So we head out. And we might actually even need to use the lantern before that, because there's a whole bunch of dark ravine up here. A whole bunch of dark, deep, dank ravine. Actually, and that's one thing I meant to do. Display. How do I turn up ye old gamma? Quality? No. No. Options advanced? No. You sure you're not in display? If I was a gamma setting, I would definitely be in display here. Resolution screen mode, HUD units, FOV. Am I just not seeing it? Accessibility. Surely it should be in accessibility, right? Camera controls, no. Subtitle, no. Auto walkthrough, no. Controls, key binding, no, not here. Audio, no, not here. Really? I am surprised that this doesn't have a lightness or gamma setting, considering all the other accessibility settings that they make a point of adding. Interesting. Double check. Just one more double check. No display. Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. Heritage, nor, none. Ooh, I wonder what these look like. Let's try one. Ooh, I don't like that. Oh, I do not like that one bit. That is like washed out and max gamma or something. Something weird. Nor? Oh, that's interesting. Okay, this is maybe more helpful during nighttime. It seems like it has a little bit, well, certainly noir means it's more of a black and white grayscale. But it looks like they also boosted the contrast somewhat, which makes it helpful now. We'll see what it looks like in the morning too. We shall see, but for now, at least, The snow is visible in contrast to the rock in the cliff walls. Yep, still too fat to sprint. They say gangstas can't run fast. And that's why they don't run from anything. Delicious yerba mate. Delicy bear. Okay, yeah, it's probably really dark for anyone watching, and it's getting dark for me too. So, how much do we have? We do. Might as well fuel this guy up. So, the lantern is half full. If it was more full, I would really consider putting it on right now as we go in here. Just so we could see a little bit better. I might end up doing that still. But for now... Oh yeah. For now, I think we'll just try to survive along by using this light-colored snow. There's a rabbit. But unfortunately, it is not rabbit season. It's duck season. Okay. Yeah, I hear the rabbit pitter-patters of the tiny little paw pads are... What is this? Is this the way, or... Oh, that's weird. That is just some weird lighting effect. Oh my goodness, and I can't see. This way. Okay. We use the contrast of the fog to guide us. Yeah, as I was saying... Rabbits are so small, their tiny little pitter-patters of their feet are much louder than I would expect them to be. They're like wolf pitter-patter sized noise. And when I forget there are rabbits around, it always makes me a little bit concerned. Here we go. Is this the way? This is the way. Yeah, without the bright snow on the ground, with it being dark rock, it's easy to get lost. And this is a sneak bit. So we sneak underneath. Okay. And that looks like the light at the end of the tunnel. Man, I'm really sad that you guys can't see this, but I've got this cute cat sleeping just splayed out underneath the monitor in front of me. He's so needy. He's so needy that he uses all of the desk space and makes me hold my keyboard on my lap. It's annoying, but he's cute, so it's worth it. Okay, where's the way out here? I think it's probably this way. This looks like a little bit of a cul-de-sac. Not cul-de-sac, a little nook that, yeah, leads somewhere else. Leading just somewhere else. Now, where is it leading? No one knows. Actually, I know. It's leading to a cave. And that cave is leading to a new area. You know what? So all of this garbage here is the interior ravine cave area. I don't think we are quite to the end of the road yet. But eventually, there should be a cutoff to the left. Yeah, Did I just hear a noise? No. This is extremely dark for me. Half of me is just navigating by these light little bits of fog that disappear when you get too close, and the sky, which is basically the only contrast I can see anymore. So it's getting cold. But yeah, I can see the cave-in. That's the end of this ravine, which means to the left should be our way out. was going to say, as long as we can get into the cave before we freeze, then we are A-OK. See what I did there? More rabbits. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, we just have a tiny little walk up here, and we follow the right ridge to the cave. When I was first coming up this way, it took me longer than I would care to admit to find this little ramp down. Just a little bit longer than I care to admit. I'd say probably about 5 minutes, which, to be honest, doesn't sound like a very long time until you realize how small this plateau up here is. It's very small. That looks like a rabbit, which means we are safe still. Okay, eventually there's going to be some kind of a rock, which might be this one here, with the cave to the right of it. And I feel like this might be the cave here. It's hard to tell because everything is dark. But if it is... And it is not. This might be it. Yeah, this is looking... There it is. There we go.
Feels like a lot of gear.
It is a lot of gear. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, so this, if I remember, kind of like a pseudo ice cave. So if I turn Noir off... If I turn off Noir, all this stuff should be bluish. Yeah. Look at how much lighter it is when you do Noir compared to this. So this, we have the color, the hue, and it's kind of like a dark, not dark per se, but kind of a deep blue. Whereas, whoops, let's pop that Noir setting back on. Hold on, what did that say? Noir controls which image filter is active, either monochromatic Noir, yeah, I guess, of course it's monochromatic, or heritage for a vintage look. Note, heritage mode is inspired by classical National Film Board content from the 1970s and 1980s. So that would be a function of two things, three things. The cameras, the film type that they had in the cameras, and the degradation of that film as it was preserved or not throughout the years until the devs eventually saw it. Okay. But Noir definitely does have the contrast boosted up. This is almost pleasant to navigate, except for these very dark interstitial areas. Alright, so I am having a slight worry that I'm not sure if that's a dead end or not. We'll see. This is a dead end. I'm not sure if we have quite enough food to make it all the way back, but I believe in Keeper's Pass South, I believe we do have a base with food in it. Should be a trailer near the end, near the exit of the pass. And is that a pickaxe? No. That's interesting. So Noir just... This is an orange arrow that I sprayed. Not badges. Not accessibility. Visuals. Display. None. This is an arrow that I sprayed to remind me that that direction, I believe, is not the way to go. So... I kind of want to check heritage now. Inside here. Oh yeah, this is rough. Yeah, the focus is all messed up because the lenses on the cameras were, you know, not as high precision as they are nowadays. Probably makes a little bit more sense to have on during the day. Okay, let's follow the arrow. And hope that it doesn't lead us astray. I feel like it might be, but we'll see. We shall see one way or another. Yeah, why do I feel like I just came over here? You know, I get lost way too easily for how much time I've spent reading maps in Arma. Did we have an arrow here too? No, but because that's an obvious dead end. You know, I feel like I got turned around. I really feel like I got turned around. Yeah, I got turned around. Ah, I knew it. I should have gone against the arrow, not with it. I had the suspicion that that was the case, but it wasn't a strong enough suspicion to act on. So this cat that's splayed out on this desk in front of me, he's sleeping. He's doing that cute little thing where he twitches in his sleep. And his little whiskers twitch. And his body twitches in his little paws. Make a rending motion. As if they were making a prey have its demise. Very cute. Okay. So now we go this way. And I should have known because this sort of large, well-lit, not antechamber, but non-corridor room here, I should have known that this is a place we wanted to go through. Because you can see it from over there. The only question is, how far does this cave go? Because Keeper's Pass, south, which is the place we're trying to find, is, I don't think it's as long as Keeper's Pass north. Is this? Where does this go? I don't think it's as long as Keeper's Pass north, but it's nothing to scoff at. Where? Let's see what we can see. Okay, so it turns out to just go straight. Alright. Keeper's Pass North isn't... I keep messing it up. Keeper's Pass South isn't as long as Keeper's Pass North was, but it's no slouch. And the base that I'm thinking of is almost on the other side of it from where we're going to be coming out. And there's also possibly multiple wolves. I'm not going to ask how a tree branch got in the middle of this cave with no... Maybe it fell down there. Unlikely, but maybe it did. Keeper's Path South probably has wolves again. Luckily we have 0 scent marks, but it's probably going to be pretty dark when we get outside. Do we even have any food? Not really. We've got these cattails in case we need them in an emergency. That I've just had hidden in Mackenzie's beard this whole time. And this feels like an exit, but it looks like a dead end. I think that's just an effect of the Noir... Yeah, that's just an effect of the Noir visual filter. Okay. So. There should be a climbing spot to get down. And maybe also a walking spot to get down. I don't remember. Certainly there will be some respawned wolves. And that sounds like a blizzard. So, we can't exactly be quick about this. Yeah, that's absolutely a blizzard. We can't exactly be quick, but we can not tarry too long. We came out here, so we skew to the right. And I remember. Okay, this is good. We hit the river, skew to the right, and I believe I remember there being a way to walk up on the... No, or did we... I remember coming down on the south side of this road here to the ice fishing hole, but that may have been a jump. I think we crossed directly across, go to the left, and try to find this road and follow the road. If the wolves are there, they'll definitely meet us, but hopefully they'll be scared away by the blizzard. But now that this blizzard is around, we can't really delay. cross and just keep an ear out. If we hear barking, that means we know we can panic. If we don't hear barking, then we should be alright. But there is zero reason the wolves wouldn't have respawned by now. This actually kind of has its own little vibe here with this noir filter. It's like deep night, just before dawn, blizzard. Okay, road. Yeah, here's the road. We just follow the road.
Feel my feet.
And that's a rabbit. That's a car. If we really need the car, I think it's probably too cold in the car to warm up. But let's try. We can do a little bit of a break if we do warm up. Okay, no. Not good enough to tempt me. Okay, so that's going to be that car probably. Yeah. So we need to be quick now. As quick as we can be, really. Let's compare this to the original visual. None. Confirm. Yeah, original is kind of bluish and harder to see contrast. We can still see, but it's harder to see contrast in my opinion. Now let's check the... not accessibility. Now let's check the heritage. Alright, heritage, it's... this has much less contrast. I can't see ish. So let's for now go back to noir. I liked that one. Yeah, I kind of like this one at nighttime. So two things are happening. One, we're threatening to get some hypothermia. And two, our outer clothing is slowly... oh, I wasn't expecting the bridge this fast. But that's good, because we crossed the bridge and then the trailer we're looking for is not far off. So one, we're threatening hypothermia, and two, our clothing is getting wet. And that is going to eventually, not so eventually, probably faster than I'd like, start to threaten frostbite. So we do need to get inside. Post haste. And then we can rest a couple of hours. It'll be morning. Blizzard will probably have passed, fingers crossed, and we can head out. And then it's an easy, easy shot to the farmhouse. Let's move it, move it. Now there were two wolves on this side of the bridge. And one was actually not far from here. I'm hoping the blizzard is keeping it off. Alright, here we go. Did we leave anything in or on the barrel? No. So, inside. Good. Very good.
Starting to slow me down.
Alright, even with it being the noir setting, it is dark AF. We're just gonna have to sleep. 2 hours for starters. Just because we're not so fat on food. Unless I can find whatever container I put it in here. Alright. Here we go. Nice and light. It does kind of sound... oh, a workbench. I'd forgotten this was here. Spray paint, don't need it. And what have we got? Oh, I didn't search this backpack. And I didn't have a pry bar last time I came over this way. Alright, so did I really not leave any food here? That is very unlike me. I guess there's food that I didn't pick up here. I really didn't search all this stuff, did I?
That'll come in handy.
Empty. Empty. Okay, there's a soda. We can use that, actually. We can drink some soda pop. Scrap metal. Scrap metal is good for hooks, and it's good for repairing things on the milling machine, which is back at Blackrock. Debating whether or not to bring it or leave it. I think we leave it here. Matches. Can't believe I missed those on the way over. I really didn't leave any food here, did I? Well, if that's the way it is, that's the way it is. What can I say about it? Alright, let's take a peek outside.
I'm not gonna be able to carry this load for much longer.
Did I leave anything? Did I leave anything in a trunk, maybe? One of these drawers? Question mark? Arrows for breaking down. Nothing in the firewood bin, really. I'm surprised at myself. I would have hunted at least a couple of wolves over here. Maybe I was low on food and I had to eat them to get past. Let's just check the cars. Glove box and trunk.
There's got to be something useful in here.
I'll take it. Take that. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything in the back seat, and of course I didn't have a pry bar, so trunk. Water bottle, a bunch of cloth, and even more cloth. Nothing here. Got anything good in the glove box? No. Alright. Let's pop back in. Sleep for 1 more hour. And if this doesn't do it, we're heading out anyway. Because I'm even more confident that there's a car on the road just outside of this region. It also doesn't sound as windy. That does have food in it. Yeah, I'm pretty confident of that.
This pack is getting too heavy to...
Now we just need to be careful of wolves. Really just the one up here. Not hearing anything. Not seeing anything. We can, if we're clear around this corner, I'll be feeling good. Almost. Okay, this is looking fine. Yeah, this is fine. Okay, that's alright. That is A-okay. Yeah. So follow the road. We'll go over into Pleasant Valley, and one of the first cars on the road once we get into Pleasant Valley is going to have stuff in the trunk. I don't remember what I left there. It's not a lot of things that I left there. I do remember it being a small stash of things. But I think it should have at least a little bit of food. I'm hoping it has at least a little bit of food. Yeah, so here's black and white.
All this gear
Let's see what Heritage looks like during the daytime. Oh yeah, this definitely has that kind of out of focus RGB slightly separated RGB channel slightly separated vibe to it. To be honest, this has its own vibe to it, but I'm a little bit afraid of messing up my eyes if I watch it for too long. So let's just go back to normal. Yeah, this is nice. Nor, I think, is more interesting during the night, where the increased contrast brings out some more details that you can see. But this I like during the day, because the colors are useful, actually. And even though Noir does have more contrast, you lose the color information, which is not great. Okay. Okay, so there we go. Now we're back in Pleasant Valley. Let's think. Let's think what exactly it is that we want to bring over to Timberwolf Mountain. We're going to head to our main base in the farmhouse. We're going to walk around, follow the river, go up here, maybe think about hunting a moose, probably decide against it, and then head north to the prepper cache and the climb spot. Now, we have to be under weight, under our carry weight, to go up the rope at the climb spot. But we can use the prepper's cache as a way station. So we can have some, think of it like a side deck in Magic the Gathering. We can bring a couple of other things that we aren't going to actually bring with us the first time, but that we might need later. Trying to think of what that is. So first off, the things that we absolutely want to have are pry bar, knife, hunting knife, and hatchet. As high condition as we can get them. Actually, the pry bar doesn't really matter because pry bars basically never run out unless you use them for opening an infinite number of ice holes. We can hump a bunch of food up there, just in case there's not any that we can find at the beginning of Timberwolf. Yeah, here we go. And we will eat this just to guarantee that we don't run out of food on the way back. And that should honestly do it. Yeah, follow the road and eventually just turn left at the bridge. Easy. Easy, clap. Okay, so let's think. We want the bow. We probably want a bunch of arrows. I'm thinking 15 again for starters. We can drop the flare gun. We can drop the ballistic vest. I think I probably want to swap out one of the wolfskin coats with the expedition parka. That'll save us, what, 2.5 kilos? And yeah, that'll save us a bunch of weight and only lose us a little bit of defense. Oops. Hold on. I spilled tea on myself. I'm so refined and dignified. We can drop almost all of our crafting materials. Probably want to bring at least a handful of charcoals to give us a jump start on surveying, because we're going to need to find firewood up there. Because firewood, it's abundant enough and heavy enough that I wouldn't want to use the weight going up and down the rope. Let's swap out. Right now, I really just have recycled cans to boil water in. Let's swap out those for a cooking pot. And that can do double duty for cooking meat faster as well. So we're going to ditch... let's think. Yeah, ditch all the clothes except for what we're wearing. Maybe even switch... No, we'll keep the extra crampon. Because I want to use the current crampon until it breaks. So we'll keep the extra crampon. All the other clothes go in storage. Food-wise, we'll use... There should be a ton of bear meat at the farmhouse. So what we'll do is we will use all of our... Basically, we'll carry as much food and water up to the prepper's cache as we can bear. And it is going to be bear food, so how appropriate. Tool-wise, drop most of the flares. Drop all the tools, so we'll drop the hacksaw, except for knife, hatchet, pry bar. And maybe some other things I think about. Okay, bear is there. Let's actually... Farmhouse is there. I think that's a... I don't know what that is. Is that a rabbit? I think that's a rabbit. Okay, we'll go into the field as soon as we can. I hope the bear turned away and not towards us. Can't tell from here. Let's see. Currently a cat is completely covering the screen, but he is sitting back down. Okay, I think the bear is definitely going towards us. Let's... Can we hop the fence here? Yes, good. Okay. I actually kind of feel like if we had to walk all the way over to that gap, it might aggro on us. Alright. No wolves. That are visible anyway. There might be some over that hill. In fact, I'm almost certain I hear some over that hill. Bear's probably going to go through that gap. As long as we keep ahead of the bear. Is that a wolf? No. As long as we keep ahead of the bear, I'm feeling fine. I mean, Pleasant Valley isn't always pleasant. When it is pleasant, it's quite nice. It is quite nice. Alright, back to thinking. Firewood, we drop all of it. Matches, I think we drop all of the matches except for one of the fire strikers. I think we're carrying 2. And maybe 2 boxes of matches. All the rest we can put in storage here. And what else would be nice to have? So, medical, we can get pretty light on the medical. Because I am anticipating a lot of Timberwolves, I actually want to have at least 4 bandages for starters. 4 bandages and a decent number of old man's beard wound dressing. Either that or a full bottle of antiseptic. Because, you know, you get nibbled on and you might get infected. Who knew that the animals in Canada were actually zombies all along? So that is that. Energy drinks and stims, we can have 1 of each. And that should be us pretty light for medical. After medical, what do we have? Clothing. Already decided we're dropping everything except the extra crampon. Then we have food. We're filling up our weight afterwards with whatever we can carry to the prepper's cache. And materials. So repair materials, for example. I think we want at least a handful of cloth and maybe a cured leather or 2. Maybe even some pelts. Just because it'd be good to have an easy cache for repairing damage to my clothing. Because if you get nibbled on, they've got to nibble through the clothes first. Right, there's that wolf that I heard earlier. Didn't even notice it was so close. And where'd the bear end up? Yeah, he definitely went through that opening. Okay. And we're back. Home sweet home. Home sweet home.
Feels like a lot of gear.
All right. For starters, let's pick up all this stuff. Oh, another thing to mention. I think, because I'm not confident there's actually going to be any buildings or other edifices to hide in worth a damn, instead of using the normal bedroll we've been using this whole time, I'm going to switch out to the bearskin bedroll that I so foolishly left here so long ago. Alright, this cabinet we can store all these things in. Look at all this good stuff. The only thing from stopping me from having an effectively, look this up, infinite number of arrows is the number of arrowheads. Okay, so let's ditch all of the extra materials in here. So for starters, actually all the pelts. All the pelts and guts. And sticks too. It's probably not all going to fit. I have a lot of pelts here. Oops, that got bugged. So when in doubt, have you tried turning it off and on again? Did not mean to put that in. Sticks can go in too, but not all of them apparently. So these guys can come out and... Okay, well... That's because I didn't take them all out. Might be. Let's see, okay, so... That's still a lot. And... No upper cabinets. What's in here? Here we have assorted things. And you have tin arrowheads. That's nice to have in our back pocket. Scrap metal, work gloves. Okay, no, that's fine. So let's use this for materials. Okay. So, first order of business, let's check this bare bedroll. Okay, it's down 70%, and no, that's the wrong thing I was looking at. Okay, this is down actually 47%. So let's, ooh, that is rough. How much could I repair this with one single hide? I think because we have 2 extra, it might be worth it, but at the same time, with those 2 extra bear skins, we could do a coat. It's heavy AF. How does this bearskin coat compare to the wolf? 6 warmth, 5 wind chill, 5 kilograms, compared to 4, 4, and 3 kilograms. I think I prefer the wolf. Because 2 kilograms is rough for just that bonus. Yeah, also 30 hours to make it. Jeez. Okay. Yeah, which based on my estimations would be 30% on the hunting knife. That is pretty rough. Okay, that's fine. Leave that aside. And let us actually repair that, because this thing, we can put it down, is giving us plus 6.3. If we had it at 100%, it would be giving us 12 Celsius, which is almost as good as having it as being inside. So let's repair this. And it only takes 54 minutes. Not half bad. Not half bad. All right, what else is it worth repairing? These we can definitely harvest if necessary. 71%, not quite worth repairing. Yeah, 70s are not quite worth repairing. 80, 90. Snow pants. Yeah, so this is 4, 4, 60, and 12. This is 3, or actually it'd end up being 4, 6, 6, and 5, and 1. Yeah, that's nice. So let's actually repair this guy. No, let's not repair it quite yet. All right, first order business. So this is getting wet. So obviously this is the outside layer. Ooh, the parka is not as good at water resistance, is it, huh? That's unfortunate. And why does this weigh 3.08 kilograms? Oh, because it's wet. All right. wear that for our outer layer. Which of these is the outer layer? I can't quite tell. I want to say probably the one on the left, but I'm not sure. Oh, it's not showing, so it's certainly not the one on the left. Let's swap. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes more sense as to what's going on. But the snow pants are good for cold, but they're not good for wet or other things. So the snow pants actually go on underneath. That is not what I meant to do. And where? Okay. These guys are not great against the wet compared to other things. Could be better. Could be worse. Okay. First order business. Where are we going to store all of the... And I didn't need to take that out. Where are we going to store all this stuff? Leather. Sulfur, stem. Let's just pick all this stuff up. We can decide what to do with it. Okay. So if I remember, I think these cabinets here are more on the scrap side of things. Yeah, we got a rifle. Maybe that's not scrap. Clothes can be scrap. A little bit of food. More food in the fridge. Arrowheads, yeah, this stuff isn't scrap here. Okay, let's think. What do we want? What do we need? What can we drop? And where can we drop it? Kind of wish there would be more storage here. Let's put down things that don't really decay here. So we can put the sulfur.
I would drink almost anything about now.
The stump remover. Scrap metals I don't want to get hidden. The gunpowders, we can drop all these here for now. We can put the flare gun in with the regular gun. But it can't fit. So we can put the flare gun somewhere else instead. Along with all the flares. And probably, yeah, most of these flares too. And the noisemakers. And one of the pry bars. We only need one of these storm lanterns. Which one do we take? I think we take the low condition storm lantern. Because I want to be able to drop it if I need to. I want to be able to drop it and not feel too badly about myself. Okay. So, the good storm lantern we can leave inside. Actually, I might even leave the storm lantern in the prepper's cache. Let's get back to it. We don't need any of these scrap metals. The scrap metals are more of a material kind of a thing. So these guys go in. Most of the cured leathers go in. What else? What else? We can drop a bedroll. B is for bedroll. Ballistic vest goes in. We can drop all of these cleaning kits. We can drop the heavy... let me think. Do we already have a heavy hammer here? Let's put a pin in that. Definitely drop a hacksaw. Kind of want to keep the flashlight just in case. Flask and lantern fuel can stay. Don't need quality tools. And only need one of these survival bows. 2 of those can go in there. Simple arrows, we have 11. Many arrow shafts this is. And a lot of arrowheads. Do we make arrows out of these? First off, how many crow feathers? We have a lot of crow feathers. Okay, we can make as many arrows as we have arrowheads, which means 10. I think we do that. If I recall, and don't quote me. Oh, this is not high condition meat.
Kinda heavy.
Probably because I stored it inside even though it was in a fridge. So let's actually put as much of this stuff outside in the hopes that it's here on our way back too. Might be a little bit too much to hope for. Yeah, we've really been away for a long time, huh? Another storm lantern. Okay, we can definitely bring at least one of these storm lanterns up to the prepper's cache. Can leave the better one behind for now and bring the low quality one that we can drop. The disposable storm lantern. All right. Okay, medical. How are we on medical? We can definitely make some more bandages. And that's a good amount, actually, for bandages. We might even prepare birch bark in case things really go sideways. And if that's the case, we have enough. Yes, we will put the antiseptic away. We will make a wound dressing.
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
Okay, yeah, that's good. Very nice. And we don't need so many painkillers. So it's time to be particularly brutal with dropping things. Freezer can have our combustibles. Drop these, drop these. What'll we do? We'll keep... Yeah. We'll keep the 17 cardboards, the 8 woods, and drop the rest. Medical goes in here. And keep 1 stim for emergencies. Be a little bit lighter on that end. I don't mind going overboard on the wound dressing. On account of, like I said, wolves. Alright. Clothing. Drop the unworn clothing minus our crampon. Which means right now, the extra wolfskin coat. Good. Very good. Yeah, we're getting down in weight. This is looking good. Looking pretty good. Okay, this stuff. We can drop this stuff. Ammo can get left behind. Did we leave ammo somewhere in particular? No, but we can still leave it. Here and here. And also all of the shell casings. Okay. We can leave the whetstones on account of the condition of our whetstoneable things are pretty high right now. It's fine to have torches. We can drop those if we want to. I forgot to drop. Oh, here's where the ammunition is. Let's take this back. Forgot to drop the revolver casings. Okay, consolidate and consolidate, consolidate, and one more. There we go. Okay. Let's be serious here. What can we drop? I want to keep the hammer. Just in case. Because there's no point in keeping it anywhere in Pleasant Valley. So might as well bring it north. It's actually looking kind of good. We don't need so many arrow shafts. Probably. In fact, let's check the basement. I recall, well, don't quote me on this, but I thought the basement had a workbench in it. And it does. I see it there. Okay, so I think maybe we make an arrow or 3 before we head out. We're probably not going to be able to do all that much tonight until it gets too dark, but that'll just help us get a little bit closer to the point where we can sleep through the night. Pail, don't need it. Peaches, I didn't see those back there. And here, I believe, yes. 3. Okay. So let's start on these arrowheads. The only thing that'll let us actually work through the night here is the off chance that we get an aurora. We might not even be able to get one arrowhead in. It's kind of dark, right? Alright. Are we missing? Yeah. No. Yeah, we can start this. So let's try for 1. See if we get lucky. Alright, nice. Can we sneak another in? I'm doubtful. I'm very skeptical. But I can dream. And wow, we did sneak it in. Can we do a 3rd? No, we can't do a 3rd. We can't do a 3rd, but we can probably get pretty close to sleeping. Sleeping till dawn, that is. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Okay. Actually, we can use the decadence that is the storm lantern. So that we don't have to get lost down here. Lost! Although, really, I probably should have just plopped the bearskin bedroll down right at our feet. Oh well. You know what? Let's go sleep in a proper bed. Already got the lantern on. Might as well, right? Where's the bed? Where's the bed? Here we go. This we can deal with. If I can find it. I stuck on a drawer? What the hell? There it is, okay. Sleep as long as it'll give us. Probably only about 8 hours, though. Ooh, that's an aurora. Don't need it, though. Sleep through it. Can't wake up, as far as I know. Oh, it's still there, actually. This is very close to dawn for an aurora to still be around. Alright, but that's fine. Hopefully, all this means is we can go back and just start on that last arrowhead. I'm gonna have to start guarding these arrowheads very jealously, though. Yeah, look at that light right over the workbench. This is even brighter than when we were working last night. Alright, one more arrowhead. Perfect. Okay, there we go. And we can stumble out, just barely seeing through the windows. Unless, is the door here? Where's the door? There we go. Here it is. Okay, so. Nothing to cook. Nothing to boil. Now, I know this is like kind of a ridiculous thing to say, but we do only have 3 cooking pots here. We'll take one. And in fact, I dropped all of my cans somewhere, so it's a good thing I remembered to take a cooking pot. Oh, hiccup. Okay. Let us reposition our arrow things so they all fit in the same spot. Get the crow feathers. Let's put them all in this. Will they fit? That would be tough. But I think we have to try. All the shafts. All the heads. Not all the heads. They already don't fit, huh? What can we move? fact, what is so heavy? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, because we're just on that. Okay. What can we move here? I kind of like this setup. So let's move this stuff. All right, arrowheads. You go in. Crow feathers. Most of the crow feathers go in, but not all of them. I want to be able to make a few fire-hardened arrows in a pinch if we need to. I think that takes 5 arrows. So let's keep just a few. Cloths. We don't need many cloths right now. So most of the cloths go in. Cleaning kits all go in. Hacksaw, and that's basically full. Okay, let's think. Let's think. Tons of water. Let's bring a decent amount up to the prepper's cache. Is there anything else that we can drop? None here. I kind of want to keep the flashlight. Keep the... we can drop the tools. Where did I see those tools earlier? So that I can drop them along. I guess there's not really any space. So let's drop the tools. Something like here. Torches are fine. Lures are fine. 1 bow is fine. 2 lanterns are fine. Yeah, all of this looks good. All of this looks good. And that's 17 kilos. So that's actually almost half our carry weight here. Food-wise, decent amount of water. Water's easy enough to come along, or to come by. So we'll leave that as is. Here, we've just got the extra crampons free, but that's fine. This is... yeah, half of this is in the bandages and in the poultice, which is also fine, and that's light. Okay, total 38. That's all right. It's mostly in clothes and tools. Oh, here's all the cans. Okay. We are good to go with that. So because
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
we're low on food here, and this is probably overkill for the prepper's cache, but by the time we get back here, we're going to have to hunt again anyway. Because all this food is so low condition. .45, we should be fast enough. I want to be remembered as the man who went fast enough. Racer Steven. Yeah, this is good. It's threatening a blizzard. It is threatening a blizzard, but if it doesn't actually appear, then this is a good time of day to leave. And it's not foggy, so sightlines are good. Yeah, this should be okay. I say it's not foggy as it becomes foggy, of course. Typical. That's how it goes. That is how it usually goes. Alright, so we skirt the northern edge of this field. There shouldn't be any wolves. We cut across. Now in here there are probably wolves in this forest. But if we can get past that bit of the forest, we should be home free to get to the prepper's cache with no concerns. Yeah, 14 arrows. I'm not going to say it, but you know what I'm thinking right now. I am definitely not going to say it. This fog is getting worse. And that I do not like. But it is what it is. Actually, how are we on? Yeah, basically dry. If it gets really bad, we can divert into the barn and farmhouses over on the right here. It shouldn't, though. That's an awoo somewhere in that direction. Somewhere down there, too. All right. Now we're just in transit. And while we're in transit, we can zone out and think about what we're going to cook later today. What are we going to cook? I've got a bunch of stuff in the freezer. In fact, when we take a quick water stretch break, I might move a cut of meat from the freezer to the fridge to start it thawing. I kind of want to make a stir fry. Because I'm halfway between some kind of a stir fry tonight and some kind of maybe a peanut noodle sort of a deal. I've got potatoes, I've got onions. Do I have onions? I think I don't have onions. I think I have cabbage. So potato, cabbage, meat, good for a stir fry. And then I can put it with some pearled couscous or rice. That is a deer. Okay, so this big birch forest up here is really the only place I'm concerned of there being any wolves on the way across. I know there's definitely something probably on the other side of this river, but that's not our problem right now. We are judiciously skirting its hunting locales. As long as we can follow these deer, if there is a wolf, it will hunt them before it hunts us, I hope. So we just need to be a little bit aware with our ears and our eyes. Yeah, if there's a wolf up there, Bambi's mom is not going to have a good time. Not going to have a good time one bit. We can follow this frozen river down to the split, and then, hey bud, and then we can either head up onto the snow or follow it to the left. I think we might follow it to the left. If it looks like there's a way up over there, we'll follow it to the left. I don't want to go too far up towards the snow because wolves. W-O-L-P-S. Wolves. Yep, there's an awoo somewhere behind, but far. There's our bridge. Now, does that bridge look climbable on the left side? I think it does. I think I see enough glimpses of snow to be confident in heading over there. Oh, you know what the one thing I forgot is? Extra charcoals. That looks like a deer, so we should be safe over here. Yeah, I guess we're just gonna have to burn fire. Sometime we need to find some kind of a spot in Timberwolf Mountain. And just get firewood and just burn, baby, burn, Disco Inferno. Yeah, that was an oversight. Which seems to always happen with me, huh? Yep, deer noises. Kind of scary deer noises, but deer noises nonetheless. Yeah, there's our wolf. That is exactly where I remember seeing that guy before. But that should mean as long as we stay far enough north, we should be okay. As long as his friend hasn't come back. There was a dude over by this little blind corner once upon a time. One scent mark. It's not the worst, but not the best. Let's just try to skew as far north as we can get. Stay away from that guy that we know is there for sure. Thought I heard something, but I think it was just me. Okay, I think that's our friend that ambushed me at this corner a while ago. Okay, we can sprint a... Oh, he's coming back this way. You know what? I think we need to just risk it. Be a little bit quick here. I mean, we can't really be quick with all the stuff we're carrying around, but as long as we don't get close enough to him, but it looks like we might have to. I think this is probably a cliff that we can't jump down. Yeah, I think I've made a mistake here. This... Yeah, that was a mistake. That was a big mistake. Alright. Let's take our licks. Where's Buddy? There's Buddy. Okay, as long as he's down there and we're up here, I think we made it. Okay. There we go. There we go. Yeah, last time Buddy smelled me and came down this, basically peeked above that hill in the middle of the night when I was nursing moose wounds. The absolute bastard. Alright. Clear shot to the prepper's cache. We'll drop just about everything. I mean, not everything. All the extra stuff. Food. Probably most of the water. Lantern. And whatever else I can think of. At this rate, At this rate, it seems like we'll probably get there in the mid-afternoon. And the sleep times don't quite line up. I'll have to think about this. Ideally, we would be able to leave the prepper's cache sometime in the late morning. But I don't think things will quite work out. Time-wise, anyway. Alright, bridge. A bridge too near. Follow the bridge and take a right at the point of disagreement, aka road rage. Was I crazy when I heard a wolf a-woo far away in front of us a while ago? I feel like I might have heard something like that, but don't quote me on it. This hunter's blind. There should be deer there, not wolves. I definitely hear something up in that direction. hopefully we go around it. Whatever it is, I don't want to see it. I do not want to meet it. I do not. Point of disagreement. Always taken a crow feather. Every single time. I eat crow. I eat it young and tender, raw and wriggling. And in fact, we're so close to this prepper's cache, I think maybe we start picking up a couple of sticks along the way. Don't have to go too crazy about it. But just to make our life a little easier and control whether or not we can make any fires at the beginning of Timberwolf Mountain, even if they decide not to spawn any sticks for us. You know, I kind of have a recollection of dropping a bunch of stuff at the beginning of Timberwolf Valley, too. We'll have to check that out. We'll have to vet that memory. Now, which way is the cache? Point of disagreement kind of curls up here. It's probably a little bit to the left over there, if I was to guess. But because this beard lichen is so lightweight, even though it gets a lot heavier once you make it into a poultice, couldn't hurt to have some extra. Do not want to yeet this bow arrow right into the middle of the air, please, because I will never find it and get it back. Okay, looks clear. Okay, there's the rope. There's the house. The cache is going to be behind that downed tree trunk, behind the outhouse. We have 50% carry weight, or 50% fatigue, just about. We would be pushing it to go up that rope right now, even though it's not a particularly long rope. So, it's also not even noon. I thought it'd take us longer to get here. Okay. First off, we can put some of the food in here. And some of the water. The rest we can drop in the cache. So it is defended from the inclement weather of Canada. Delicibear. Okay, and all this stuff, and actually there's even a cute little workbench here. Workbench, bed. Yeah, there's plenty of storage, but for ease of identification and remembering, I'm actually just going to drop everything that I want to drop right here. So, the good storm lantern. Is that really all I'm going to drop right here? It might actually be. I think it actually is. We have 5 kilos of carry weight free. Now, we could go up and head over to Timberwolf Mountain now. If we slept, we would sleep until dusk. I think we sleep. And then we head over to Timberwolf Mountain and see if we can find a place to shack up for the night. And maybe start some fire. Some fire burning. A little bit low on the water situation, huh? We do have coffee. We can drink coffee and barely any tea. Tea won't be very helpful. Okay. It's been An hour and 45. Let's take a quick stretch break. And once we're back, we'll head straight over to Timberwolf. Well, that was weird. All right, let's see. So my cat is currently sitting right in the middle of my monitor. So this could be interesting. All right, up the rope. We go up the rope. We hope we can find, actually, let me think. We can fit a lot more food and water, and we might need it. Because ideally, we won't have to come back here, for a while at least. Let's get 2 bears and 1 leader here. Okay. And we have... Yeah. So as far as food and water is concerned, this is a decent start. A decent start, but we'll definitely have to find some more. And of course, the cat is occasionally getting in the way of the camera, so it loses tracking. All right. There's a short little transition area here. I don't remember if there's any cheeky cliffs we have to climb up. Hope there's not, because I can't see very well. But if there's not, then we can just walk. And pick up some sticks. It's looking like there might not be. I think we're okay. Famous last words, of course, right? Yeah, this is looking pretty okay. Yeah, I'm feeling good about it. All right, Timberwolf, here we come. At least I think here we come. Question mark? Okay, there we go. I couldn't see that it was beginning to transition. All right, so we are down here. And yeah, so I did drop some things over by this landing gear. Hopefully it's clear all the way there, and then this cave system leads to Blackrock. Let's try starting with the western edge of the map and combining or finding somewhere. Worst case scenario, we can spend the night in the cave system. But if we can find somewhere earlier... Where's the stick? There it is. If we can find somewhere earlier, we can start our fire. So far, I'm looking to avoid using any of this hatchet, especially because it's getting closer to dark, and 45 minutes chopping down a tree limb is pushing it, considering that I have no idea where any shelter is. Luckily, we seem to be pretty good in the stick situation. Yeah, that looks like another missing piece of the plane that's in Blackrock. No, that's in Pleasant Valley. Which is confusing, because I thought that all of the plane in Pleasant Valley was accounted for. How many planes were falling over this one tiny little island in Canada? Yeah, let's head up that little pass once we check out and see what is by the landing gear. All right, more sticks. More sticks. Another storm lantern. You've got to be kidding me. Okay, and a mountaineering rope. I don't know if we'll need this. Let's just remember that it's there. God, I cannot believe... Well, might as well take the storm lantern with, right?
Too heavy.
I mean, how much could it really hurt? That. We have a decent amount of burn time. That looks like a wide open plain, maybe even a... Ooh, hello. Is this debris or is this some kind of edifice? It is hard to tell. It looks like debris. And I can see more now that the cat is half laying down. He's kind of laying on his back and folded over. Alright, this is all just debris. Interesting. Let's keep going around to the left. To the left, to the left. Ooh, an ice fishing hole. Very nice. And perhaps that implies the existence of some other building. let's check that plateau right ahead of us. And if there's nothing up there, we're going to head down to the lake, or at least get an overview of the lake. Yep. Definitely hearing a woo. Very baleful. Very
night is coming.
baleful. The one thing I'm not trying to do is run up on a moose. You can't always get your way, but I'm at least trying not to. Alright, this is looking a lot less interesting than I was hoping. First sign of a cave and we're in it. Well, as long as it doesn't have any bear tracks. Sounds like an awoo is over in that direction too. I think, okay, let's follow this ravine. It's a little bit of stream. And see if there's anything this way. And it just keeps going. I would have thought that there was just kind of a cliff wall between the cave system and Pleasant Valley, but it looks like there's a whole thing over here. Shows how I can read a map. It's kind of ominous that there's all this old man's beard lichen here. It's like in Doom 3. Every time you see a huge stock of stuff, it's because the game is about to drop a boss fight on you. Okay, that looks like an acorn tree. And yes, that is an acorn tree. And what are you? Are you a bear? Oh, you son of... Let's think. I don't think we currently have the knowledge of the area, nor the defensive structure to deal with that bear. So let's continue moving. Let's continue moving, see if we can find a cave that isn't the bears. Although, you know, that would explain why there are no wolves here. He says, as he comes up on a pack of wolves. Okay, luckily I lampshaded it so it couldn't spawn any in. You know it would. You know it would if I didn't say that. Okay, interesting. Climb up. Well, we can be safe from the bear there. Unfortunately, we won't be able to carry all this stuff. Did we pick up... I don't think we picked up the climbing rope, did we? M is for mountaineering rope. And no, I don't see it. Okay, so 3 kilos over. 3 kilos, and I want to go up this rope. Let's think. That's almost all of our sticks dropped, huh? Well, I'm sure we're coming back. We can drop one of these lanterns, can't we? 35, 54... 35, 54, and a... It's just the 2. Let's drop the 35 here. Actually, let's drop both of them here. And the one last thing to do is see if that bear is going to be coming up. No, it's getting kind of dark. I would feel confident in shooting the bear close enough to the rope that I can just climb away from it. Bears can't climb, right? Alright, we're looking for a cave. Show me the money. Alright, well, we can't climb down now. Which would not be good if this is where the moose is. Let's see. Don't hear anything. Don't see anything. But this... That's a branch, a sapling. This steep sort of cliff area does remind me of where I saw that moose when we came out from Black Rock. Oh, grab the sapling. All right. Yeah, let's skew left here. This is very moose-coated. Very moose-coated in my opinion. The most humble of opinions, and also the most correct of opinions. Alright, the cat is now flat, and I can see, finally, about 90% of the screen again. And that over there is looking very cave-coated. I'm strongly thinking, very strongly thinking, that this is that location. Cave system to Black Rock. And I didn't hear the moose. I did not hear a single moose noise. Yeah, perfect. And oh my goodness, all these coals, which is as many charcoals as we care to generate. Alright, at any rate, let's take a little bit of a look around. I'm feeling somewhat safer, not having heard moose noises. What was that? I heard some kind of a snuffle.
I need to drop something.
That's a deer. Deer means no moose, right? Surely it means no moose. I thought that when I was here previously, I heard the moose kind of in there. But who knows, maybe I just heard the deer. Okay, that... I thought that was a cave, but it might be something, but it doesn't look too promising. That's the last thing we'll check, and then we'll go back and start a fire. We got rabbits. Yeah, that's just cliff. Okay, let's head back to the cave entrance and start a fire there. I don't want a random gust to come up and ruin all of my burn time. I am feeling pretty safe about this. Actually, you know what? I'm feeling cheeky enough. Let's take a peek back at that rope. Because it's not impossible that we find that we can shoot the bear from up there. Yo, what's that snuffling noise? I don't like it. Okay, looks fine. Looks can be deceiving, but not always. I'm very glad that it's not cloudy tonight, because if it was cloudy, it would be extremely dark. Actually, which reminds me, let's pop on that Noir setting for the nighttime. Oh yeah. We got an old vampire or werewolf movie vibe going on here. Old black and white film. And I'm hearing those awoos. Okay, bears all the way... well... The bear is all the way over there. Kobe is for accuracy and distance, but that might be a little much. That might be a little bit much. So let's head to the cave. And in fact, we are almost lined up to wake up with the dawn, which is great. Some sticks. Just get more burn time. I'm probably going to toss most, if not all of the sticks I've been picking up onto this one fire. And then let the wind be damned. Maybe also pick apart some of these branches. It's not like we're hurting for time. Yeah, this is good. 3 branches and 2 sticks is almost 2 hours of burn time. Which is almost 2 charcoals. Which we're hurting for. 0 charcoals currently. It feels wrong. Feels like something has gone terribly amiss. And the world is upside down. Ooh, can we please get up here? Good. How is our crampon doing? 9% still. One day it's going to break and we'll have a little bit of free weight from it. One day. This crampon has been holding on for ages. Actual ages. Okay, if I were a windbreak, so that I didn't snipe Yuchi's fire and make him waste a match, where would I be? Probably be... yeah, like right next to the entrance here, right? Let's go in and out just to make sure that we don't put the fire somewhere
Something's gotta go.
that we get spit out when we leave the cave. Because when you leave the cave, it puts you forward like a couple meters or so. Yeah, we can put it behind us here. Yeah, that'll do. Okay, cardboard match, lots of sticks. In fact, that's like 7 hours of burn time of just sticks. And we'll just add a bunch of these guys. And in fact, there is really no reason to not just make some water right now. Yeah, still okay-ish on food. And more water. We'll just toss 4 liters here as a little backup spot, and we can sleep almost until halfway said dawn, halfway said noon.
Feels like something is sapping my energy.
It's because something is sapping your energy. We drink. We can drop probably 5 liters here. And if I didn't have to go to sleep, we could make even more. Alright. Bedroll. Give it a toss. And as long as you'll give me. As long as you'll give me is how long we sleep. Right. Probably should have changed the order of drinking and eating, but it's okay. Still quite lightweight on the equipment. Yeah, this just, it feels so, I don't know, something. But we can go back to vanilla. There we go. Okay, give me all the charcoals. 8 charcoals. I was kind of hoping for more. And have a couple of coals. Coal, old king. And let's just skirt around to the left here and see what we can charcoal. I'm wondering, actually, let's go to the left. I'm wondering if this area up here is just a complete plateau, and the only way up or down, in or out of it, is that climbing rope, or if we can follow this stream bed down, and maybe it links up to the stream where we were following earlier. It's either that or a waterfall somewhere. But I don't hear a waterfall. Not yet, anyway. That does look like a climbing rope over there. I see what looks like, yeah, the red of it. So this place might actually be self-contained. And... are you a wolf? You are a wolf. We're gonna come in third... we need the food, we're gonna come in third party this. How in the heck did you get up to hunt my friend Bambi's mom? Let's try to come up behind it, but let's be quick so he doesn't eat all the meat. Oh, that's not a climbing spot, that's an engine. That is a plain engine. Alright, let's sneak until we get behind. Yeah, where are these little paw pads coming from? Okay, and pop. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. And this is really good, actually. This is really good. Now, 2 hours to harvest. I'd rather go with the hunting knife. Because 90% hunting knife, that'll last forever, right? The question is, do we need the pelts? I think it might be a little bit helpful to have the pelts and guts here too. Just because there's nothing... we don't have any repair materials here.
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
So let's start actually putting together some repair materials. All right. So we're pretty heavy, but we're not so heavy that we can barely move. Take the rest of the day. We'll run around here, try to charcoal, see where this wolf came from, or if he was just a one-off guy. I want to go over to that engine to see if there's anything interesting in it. Probably go up that hill, actually. And is that... was that there last night too? Those boxes? I don't remember seeing them. Another climbing spot. Where? Oh, it must come from above. That must be the tip of the rock right there. Okay, well, possibly we'll need to be taking back that rope that's back at the... down here, at the landing gear. Alright, anything good here, though? No, it's just a box with nothing in it. Perhaps these crates have things in it, but I don't want to take the time to break them down. Okay, let's head over to that engine. Head to the engine. Maybe pop a charcoal down there if it's looking promising enough. Elsewise, we go up this hill and start to loop back around to the cave. Once we're at the cave, we can start cooking. So we've got about 10 kilograms of meat to cook now, which is making me feel more confident about our longevity in this area. Especially since most of it is venison, not wolf. I'm sure anyone listening back on this has heard my spiel about the low calorie density of wolf meat. And my gripes thereupon. Okay, that looks like it might be a way up. Let's try it. That looks like a cave. It's both. Okay, so let's try going up. Even though we're kind of heavy. Actually, what we can do to temporarily solve that problem, drop the meat and drink some of the water. Now this may be impassable. It looks borderline, but it may be just impassable. Yeah, that's impassable. And before we break an ankle, please, can we go down to... Come on, come on. There we go. Okay. Okay, I was getting worried there. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Too much stuff to carry.
Just enough stuff, Mackenzie. Just enough stuff. Peek into the cave. Actually, this cave can be our more long-term situation if it needs to be, because it is a guaranteed... Oop. It says cave. Is this enterable? It is enterable. I was not expecting that. I was really not expecting that to be enterable. Well, let's put a pin in that. Cave in Timberwolf Mountain. I wonder if there's a whole bunch of things that are interconnected. Well, let's charcoal here, just to put that cave on the map. Shroom, and that's looking like a cliff. Let's go up to the... Well, if we can, let's go up to the top of that cliff and do another charcoal. Not top of that cliff, top of that hill. I think it was just the one wolf here. It was just a black wolf. And black wolves aren't often pack animals. Alright, that looks suspiciously traversable. Grab this here, this little unsteep bit, shallow bit, and then make the rest of the way up. Without, hopefully, spraining anything. Perfect.
I might have to drop some gear.
Oh, you're not going to drop anything, Mackenzie. Except for this food onto that fire. Of course, that fire that doesn't exist yet. Alright, anything nice other than a charcoal spot? In fact, a vista would be extremely appreciated. Of course, I still don't know if you need to find the card before the vista even works, but if ever there was a vista, it feels like this is about to be one. I will feel robbed if this is not a vista. Because, I mean, come on, look at this. You can't tell me that this is not at least somewhat vista-ish. I think that's where we saw the bear earlier. Whoops. It's not accidentally off the cliff. Come on, this has to be a vista, right? Let's see, that's a dock. If that's a dock, there's got to be some kind of a building nearby, right? It only makes sense. Okay, Andre's Peak. Andre, 3,000 meters above sea level. Andre the Outcast. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but the freezing cold can kill me. Got anything good on your phone? Not really. Not really. Alright. Crow feather, take it. Well, I guess we're not getting a vista. If it's really gotta be that stingy, I guess it's just gotta be that stingy. Come on, you cannot tell me this is not vista worthy. This is... I feel robbed. Robbed enough that I'll just scamper around a little bit more just to make sure. Yeah, you cannot tell me this is not vista worthy. Come on now. Come on now, be real. Possibly one of the best non-vista charcoals I've ever done, but still not a vista. Still not a vista. Okay, let's head back down and see if there's anything interesting at that plane engine. Well, it's a plane engine, but it's not so plain. Not so plain Jane. Yeah, this looks doable. Oh yeah. So easy. I kind of want to pop a charcoal right next to this thing just to see if it'll give us something. And can I get off the steep, please? Yes. And this looks doable. Here we go. There we go. Okay. Pick up a few more sticks. Pop a char. And take a peek at that cave that we found, actually. New location, engine. But it didn't put it on the map, so let's pop a char right next to it. There we go. Completely unnecessary. Absolutely unnecessary. I wonder if you stand in front of this thing during an aurora, if it sucks you in. That would be one heck of a way to go in this game. Jeez. Okay. That looks like it goes around... How much firewood do we have? Probably enough to at least do a decent amount of cooking. Let's continue for now. It's almost dusk. So let's pop a char up here. And that is definitely a climbing zone. Definitely a climbing rope. And it's not on the map. Unfortunate. Unfortunate, but fine. So we'll pop this, put it on the map. And let's see. So that does mean, so far... 1, 2, where's... Oh, I guess the other climbing zone is here. We haven't unveiled... unveiled. Unveiled, unrevealed. Well, unrevealed. Okay. But this doesn't look like an attractive enough shortcut for me to use that one extra mountaineering rope that we have. Not when I could just walk around and come up this one. This is not one way. Okay. We'll go a little bit around this corner. Just a smidge. See if there's anything charcoal worthy. Like, for example, what should be another vista. This is looking like it's going to be absolutely nice. And it has a birch sapling. Absolute crime if this isn't a vista. Absolute crying shame. Yeah, look at this. Come on now. You can't tell me this isn't Vista worthy. The madness of it. On the plus side, I can kind of see that there's not much more to the left. So let's just make sure that there's no cheeky, unnecessarily tiny Vista slot. I guess not. There's another climbing spot, and a wolf. For a place called Timberwolf Mountain, I'm sure not seeing a lot of timberwolves. Oh, that goes down quite far, actually. That's something to be careful of. Okay, there is plain. Travis, welcome. Okay, this place looks walkable. Fine enough. Now that things are a little bit cooler around these parts. Okay, sapling, climb. Happy Taco Tuesday indeed. Although instead of having actually, you know what? I was debating what to cook earlier. And I was thinking that I would probably do some kind of a stir fry. But you know what's really good to do with a stir fry? You add it to some rice and you put it inside a tortilla and you can make a taco from it. So it may indeed be a Taco Tuesday. Only time will tell, but all of the preparations have been made. We have the only thing we have left to do is to
barely walk with this much gear.
1, barely walk with this much gear according to Mackenzie, and 2, seize our Taco Tuesday destiny. Yeah, so I think I'm also doing YouTube, in case you're more of a vertically inclined viewer. But other than that, not really, just this and, I guess YouTube. They should be similar. This is not a dead end. So now I have to ask the, I guess the typical question for a random small indie game like this. Have you ever played The Long Dark before? And if not, what led you here? It's the kind of game that can scratch a very specific itch. But if you don't have that itch, it's unusual for people to arrive. Okay. Right now I'm just backtracking to a cave that apparently goes somewhere that I don't know where it is. So we're on an exploration kick.
It's dusk, so night can't be far behind.
Yeah, it's usually how it goes, right? So I'm not going to complain if I'm just background noise. I aspire to be what has been sometimes called second monitor content. Would that I can only be so great. And it might be a little bit personal to ask exactly what your work is, so I won't even do that. We did just meet after all. Alright. On account of it being so unwindy, first order of business, start a fire. Second order of business, cook all this meat. Boil water. Do both things. 2 things at one time. It's basically a centaur. This is the cave we're going to go in later. Alright. Let's chill right here. And get burning. It was probably a long shot, but I should have checked the magnifying glass first.
Come on.
Alright.
Come on.
Lots of sticks go inside. Place the cooking pot, water. And we got the meat. The M34T. I did not mean to eat that. Did that cook so fast? Oh, well, you know, I guess that makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense because meat doesn't need to boil. It just needs to cook the one time. The more you know. more you know. All right. Place. Cook, boil, unburn. I call this playing a rhythm game. I'm not very good at it. But the way the menus and the timings work out make it very similar to a finger-based version of Dance Dance Revolution. And I let it burn out, didn't I? Damn. I always forget to keep the fire burning. Okay, well, we're going to have to light that back up. Unfortunate. But at least we can take some charcoal. And I hate wasting a match.
Come on. That did it.
Okay. And I was only under by 1 minute? Come on now. That is just cruel. Very cruel. 40. I think we're going to need to start double cooking once this water is boiled. Yeah. Yeah, maximum cookage. Still have 4 venisons. And cook. Okay, yeah, we're going to have to add more fuel. More fuel, but can we do it with just sticks? I feel like this is pushing it. But we can try. Okay, that'll do. Alright, 45 minutes. We can probably squeak in 1 more liter. 1 more liter of water. There we go. Pick up. Food-wise, fantastic. Water-wise, fantastic. To the point that we'll actually drop most of the water here. Drop 5 liters. And also drop a decent chunk of the food. Yeah. Alright. Into the cave. Sleep until morning. Actually, probably sleep until more like early afternoon. And then we can explore what the hell is going on in here. And why there would be an interval cave in this region. And probably 9. We might have been able to squeak out a 10th hour of sleep. But we don't have to go too crazy about it. Alright. It is noon. Noon time. Eat, drink, and get one of these many storm lanterns that I unnecessarily brought along. Did I not? Did I drop this? Gosh darn.
Something behind.
I dropped the storm lantern at the other cave. Well, detour. Quick detour. 5-minute detour. You can also pick up a couple of these sticks. Yeah, right. Well, this isn't exactly the kind of situation you can call it a GG. And model looks great. Thank you. Thank you for, you know, whatever the compliment is worth. I put it together myself. I molded it out of clay. That's why it looks so scuffed. I have aspirations of doing a quick little Blender stream in the not-so-distant future. But that has yet to materialize. We'll see. But Travis, if you're still around, what do you stream? Probably something a little bit more high impact than this. Or do you just stream all the things? Some people do just about everything, it seems. Alright, and would love to pop a charcoal right here. Yes, that is great. Perfect. Almost perfect. There's a hole Ooh, that was a little bit far of a drop. Let's plug the hole.
Too heavy.
Too heavy. Quit complaining, Mackenzie. You can handle it. You can deal with it. Top of that hill. Top of that hill is where we pop another charcoal. Pop another snark hole. Yes, I will pick up a stick or two. Pokemon, Minecraft, and I don't know what CP is. So far, the only thing that comes to mind is checkpoint. Variety. Yeah, so far I've really only done... Ooh, let's not break an ankle, please. Thank you. So far I've really only done this game on stream. But I'm getting to the point where I'm close to being able to say that I've seen just about everything there is to see in it, and then I'll decide whether or not to go on to something else. Yeah, Pokemon, I know Pokemon. Oh, Cyberpunk. Okay, yeah, 2077. No, not really. I feel like I'll get around to making some eventually. But for now, no. Yeah, I mean, I know somewhat about them. Somewhat. But it's kind of like the first thing I did was, you know, what is a model? What does it take to, you know, have a model? How to make one? And, you know, I'll dip my toes into that when I get there eventually. When I get there... Did I drop a lantern? I could have sworn I had a lantern here. Did I drop it inside, perhaps? Let's find out.
Something's gotta go.
All right, dark. No, really, I've had 3 or 4 storm lanterns in the past not very long amount of time, and somehow I've dropped them all somewhere. Oh, you know what? I know where I dropped one of them. I know where I dropped both of them, actually. It's at the bottom of that climbing rope. So I mean, I kind of want to make some myself. Part of the hobby aspect of this that I enjoy is making things manually. So I'm not exactly your ideal customer base. And also, welcome Tessa. We're playing a somewhat, I don't know, computerized virtual game of werewolf. Or how to not get nibbled by them anyway. How does one avoid a nibble? It's a great question. And most people don't have the answer. In fact, I don't have the answer. I'm not really interested. I'll put things together myself. You know, use some YouTube tutorials. I've already used Krita for a few things. So we'll see how that goes. Should be possible. Now, I'm sure there's more, you know, professional ways to put things together, but I'll cross that bridge when I get to it.
I need to drop something.
Okay, here we go. Sticks. And, right, we can drop a bunch of stuff at the top here. Hop down, grab a few things. And by a specific few, I really just mean both of those storm lanterns. And that should do. That should do us. Yeah, going down is a lot easier than going up. It makes sense, but the fatigue loss going up is absolutely brutal. All right. Winnie the Pooh has gone somewhere, who knows where. But as long as he's keeping the wolves away, I'm happy. As long as he can perform that service. All right. Now we are sufficiently gassed. Okay, yeah, not leaving anything behind.
Kind of heavy.
And where are we? Where the heck are we? We're here. Let's head to the cave. To the cave. Some call it a cave. Some call it a tunnel. I'm suspicious. Normally there's three kinds of things. There's a regular cave that you can walk into, but that isn't a new area. There's a cave system, which usually, at least always in my experience, means a transition between regions. And this cave is interval. It's an interval cave, which is very suggestive to me that it leads somewhere, and that there's a second entrance, perhaps even on the other side of this mountain or higher up at least. And that's what I'm interested in finding right now. We have plenty of food and water to survive a sustained spelunking expedition. And now that we have all of these storm lanterns, we have plenty of light too. And in a pinch, we can always start a fire and grab some torches. But hopefully it's not so involved that we run out of lantern fuel. That would be less than ideal. For now, it's actually just a reminder that there is storage here. Shh. Spray in the can. All right. We can drop one storm lantern here. Inside, though. Let's drop it inside. Because I'm still not sure. I'm still not sure if it takes damage if you leave it outside during a blizzard, for example. All right. Drop you. We'll use the low condition one. And first, let's grab the rest of the charcoal. Yes. Yeah, 3 more charcoal for all of your surveying needs. All right. Light, lantern, go. Perfect. This is looking very dark, actually, and it's going down, which I was hoping it wouldn't. I was hoping it would go up, not down. And this is looking like it's going even more down. All right. We go around the edge. And there's either going to be a ramp going down or something that we can climb. It looks like a ramp. And what's that? Either driving gloves or a book. Let's see. We got firewood, we got coal. Old King coal. Fleece mittens, don't need them.
Where's the good stuff?
Well, might as well take it. Don't need them, but we can rip them up later. Okay.
Too much stuff to carry.
It's just enough stuff, Mackenzie. Don't kid yourself. All right. This is a dead end. Good. Very good. And it just keeps going down. Where does this lead? On the plus side, I am pretty confident that we completely surveyed that upper plateau area. So I'm not actually that mad that this is going somewhere completely different. Not that mad at all. As long as it's not one way. I would be a little bit salty if it was one way. Okay. This person did not have a good time. Don't need the torch, you can leave that. Now, is this place a dead end or a donut? There's the exit, so let's check the other path. Old King Cole, gotcha. And does this link up to the other path we saw? It does. Okay, so that's just a donut. That's fine. That is all good. So, let's see where we end up.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
You can, but not here. Okay, I do not recognize this area. I guess maybe we're down here somewhere? Let's find out. Okay. Kind of what I was expecting. Let's go to the left. To the right, it looks like it turns back into that extremely low region. So if we go to the left, maybe we can find a better vantage point. Okay, we're kind of pushing it for our fatigue meter, though. Need to find a place to sleep. Or at least to start a fire and do something. That's an arrow. Which means there's an extremely valuable arrowhead stuck to it. Even if it's a broken arrow, I'm not mad at it. Oh, that's nice. And 5 minutes and 20 minutes. Yeah, this is okay. 26 minutes for more than a kilo of meat and a hide. I'll do it. And actually, I think we're carrying a bunch of hide and gut already. So I should have thought about that when we were in that cave. That would have been a good place to drop it to start it to cure. But it looks like there might be something this way too. Just get a little bit closer, then we'll pop one more charcoal. Don't forget to hydrate. Let's see, yeah, because we didn't get around the bend, so right about here, I'm hoping it connects. Fingers crossed. Okay, nice. Didn't go as far as I thought. Always a better feeling to not go as far as you thought than to go too far. Because if you go too far, my quasi-OCD is going to make me want to turn back. To double back and fill in the gap. Okay. This looks like a nice little chunk of change over here. Oh yeah. This is a cute spot. Sticks, burn stuff, lantern fuel, that's nice. Hacksaw, don't need it. And
We here.
probably don't need that. Don't need the accelerant. How much storage do we have here? 15 kilos and 30 kilos total. That's not half bad. Are you sufficiently inside to count towards curing? You're not. Unfortunate. So our quest continues. I haven't heard an awoo for a while, so hopefully we'll still be safe. Fingers crossed. And okay, well, I guess I can remember, I suspect that it just doesn't charcoal very well in that cave, so I can just remember that that whole place is tri-interable. This is looking suspiciously like a dead end. That is not a dead end. That's a climbing spot. Okay, so there are a non-trivial amount of unroped climbing spots in this region. Is this going to be a problem? Is this going to be a problem? I'm not sure. I do not yet know. Okay. Head back. 9 hours of sleep, huh? Not enough to get us till dawn. Not enough until dawn. I also hear an awoo in that direction. Cairn. So the question is, do I want to burn things here and spend the night? Let's check out just over this hill. See how good it is for charcoal, then we can head back here and probably sleep in this cave. It's got enough firewood already made and limbs that can be chopped. We can chop that big limb. It should give us a bunch of firewood. Never know it's over a hill. Never know it's over a blind hill. Okay. Now, is this... Looks like we're still pretty high. What's ahead here might be that low spot that I saw from the plateau before. Because it looks like it does keep going down, down, down. Yeah, that keeps going down. Alright. Didn't mean to drop that. Did not mean to drop that. We'll pop here. See if anything good arises. Hey! Not a bad connection. Let's head around to the left. There is a non-zero chance. Well, first off, this looks like a cliff here. Let's check it. Let's not check it. We'll check it later. There's a non-zero chance that if we walk around here, we'll eventually find the top of that climbing rope shortcut. Actually not looking too promising. No, just a whole bunch of cairns around here. Let's get over to those two trees with the leaves on them. I guess they're pine trees, so those two trees with the needles on them. Yeah, that is a... Oof, that's a big, deep valley. The fire used to give warmth. So they say. Let's head over to those two trees. We can pop this last charcoal and head back to the cave. Unless we see something shelter looking like. Something that is cosplaying as a windbreak. With or without a windbreaker. Given the lack of cliffs around in this area, I'm not very hopeful that there will be a cave. Not the most hopeful. But hey, you never know. You miss every shot you don't take. And you miss some of the shots you take too. Alright, I kind of don't like how slow we're walking over this little steep bit of hill. That is a cave. Hello. Alright, let's get on the... Oh, ow. That was a lot quicker of a break than I was expecting. Alright. We'll pop this char. Hope it connects to the previous area. And get into this cave. Oh yeah, that's nice. That's real nice. Alright, let's limp over.
I'm gonna need some first aid. Soon.
Oh, you'll get it. You'll get it, Mackenzie. Don't worry.
Ouch. Damn, that smarts.
It does. It very smarts. It geniuses. And this is where we're going to be spending our evening. One hour for 5 seaters. Yeah, I'll do it.
Sun setting.
We'll pay that
It's gonna get
price.
a lot colder soon.
Now, is this walkable or is it enterable?
All this gear is slow.
Did I miss the cave? Here it is. And you are looking walkable. Perfect. This is exactly what I was looking for. All right. First order of business
I need to lay down.
that I probably should have done before. Band-aid on the sprain. Make it feel better. Next order of business. We drink. Further order of business. We start a fire. Even further order of business. We cook on the fire. All right, let's do it. Don't mind burning these cedars, but we'll supplement with sticks. We'll probably be ending up using all of it because we're still low on charcoal. And there's a lot. Let's do water first. There's a lot of surveying to be done. All right. And let's do it. Add fuel. How many sticks? Fewer sticks than I thought, huh? Let's just burn all the cedar tonight. And, because why not? Just do a little bit overkill on the water.
It's starting to weigh me down.
All right. A tiny bit more overkill so we can leave an appreciable amount in this cave. Just as a tiny bit of a storage bit. Oh, Untitled Bin, welcome. I didn't see you slip in here. Okay. Yeah, this is a pretty good spot for at least a water storage. So let's head to the back of the cave and sleep till morning. Because right now we are suffering quite mightily. Not past time. That's the opposite of what we want to do. All right, there we go. And sleep until noon. It's usually how it goes, right? Okay, so. Perfect. Mr. Untitled Bin. Currently, we are in the northern regions of Canada, exploring locations I've never seen before. Like this cave, which is basically empty except for these 2 pieces of firewood. I don't remember when you were here last, but the last thing we did was basically completely explore this Black Rock region. Went back down through Pleasant Valley, prepared to head north, and now we head north into Timberwolf Valley. And that's where we are here. We entered this area, walked up north the first day, and we've been just searching around this northern, it looks like this northern boundary for the past couple of days. And that is what we are continuing to do. Yeah, a lot of walking to be done. And also a lot of water dropping. There we go. Okay, so now we head out. I want to get a little bit of stuff up here. There was a cheeky little, looked like a shortcut that needed a climbing rope up this way. But basically, and I don't know if you were here when I mentioned last time. Actually, last time, weren't you in Bleak? Weren't you here when we were back in Bleak Inlet? That was a while ago. But basically, I'm trying to fill out the map with charcoals. And I don't like this gap up here. So we'll see if there's anything likely in that direction. You know, for a place called Timberwolf Mountain, I've only seen 2 wolves so far, and neither of them have been timberwolves. I don't know what that's about. I kind of feel like I've had some false advertising foisted upon me. Okay. That could have been better. Could have been better, but not the worst reveal that I've ever seen. So far, what I've seen in this region is... The first thing I saw was a bear. My current hypothesis is that the bear is scaring all the timberwolves away. Now, I will take the meat from this felled deer, and that looks like a little cheeky spot that goes somewhere, I don't know where. Somewhere up, but I don't think I... Ooh, a free arrow. I'll always take a free arrow. It goes up, but I don't actually... I'm carrying too much stuff to go up right now. We'll need to drop some things. Let's get to the foot of this. Actually, let's think. I think there's enough stuff that we can drop. But back to the point. My current hypothesis is that bears scare away timberwolves, which explains why I haven't seen many, even though I've been hearing awoos in the very far off distance for a while now. First we saw the bear, and the bear was somewhere down here. Then we climbed up this waterfall. There was a wolf that we saw here, and we hunted it, and then I saw a wolf down the cliff somewhere over here. So far, nowhere that has been actually our problem. Now, climbing up this might be a little bit on the risky side, just because of how over-encumbered we are in terms of all this stuff. So let's drop as much as we can. Actually, can we read this book? I don't think we can. Use, research. No, we can't read it. I meant to drop this hammer somewhere else. Drop the storm lantern. What else can we ditch? What can be left behind? The answer to that question is not a whole damn lot. I guess the pelts and the saplings. Okay. It's as good as it's going to get. Actually, it can get a little bit better if we eat some food. But now it's as good as it's going to get. Let's see if this has anything nice or if it's just a dead end and it's trolling us. It wouldn't be the first time I got trolled by one of these climbing ropes. I'm certain it won't be the last. Alright, this looks like a pass into a completely new valley area. Which is kind of not what I was hoping to see. A big part of me was hoping that this would just be a little bit of a dead end so I could go back and fill out some other areas. Feeling very wolf suspicious. What is that? Okay, that's a deer and a cave. This is literally the never-ending story. Now, based on this, I think if we climb around, we'll end up at this other shortcut, which looks like it's going to end up being completely unnecessary. But let's just not put a pin in that. Let's tie that off with a nice little bow. We just climbed up this. Yeah. I think from the top of this hill we'll pop another charcoal and see where that puts us. I was promised some kind of mount. Oh, I heard you, you son. I just heard a very loud awoo right on the other side of that rock, it sounds like. Luckily, we dropped everything that would cause us to be hunted. So I don't think it should be hunting us. Whatever it is. Okay. Let's snatch this sapling. I don't know if you heard that, I mean, yeah, I look like a snack, right? There he is. There's our buddy, and that is another black wolf. Which continues to be not the Timberwolves that I was promised in this region. Okay, that rock down there is a climbing rope rock. Which means it is that shortcut. Okay, nice. We're gonna skirt the right here. We're gonna skirt the right around and hope we don't run into that wolf. Okay, can we get around is the question. They say I get around, round, baby, I get around, I get around. With lots of a-woos, a doo-wop, and maybe even a couple of syncopations. Does this weather look like it's getting worse? Yeah, is it an encore? Do you want more? Something and something with the Brooklyn boys. Yeah, I think we can sneak around here to the right. We'll take a look at where that deer was. And probably actually spend the night in the cave. The food situation is getting a little bit dire. Now, there is plenty of food scattered around. Like, we've got some food, maybe in the cave system, I don't remember. Definitely some food over here by this storage mark. And possibly some food over by this cave down here that we just exited. Actually, I don't think I dropped anything there. And you are deer. Okay, lots of deer. And lots of deer mean we should be pretty safe over here. Yeah, I hear an owu extremely far in that cliffward direction. Let's not go so far. Let's see, where is this? We hit up here and... okay, so that is probably that. Which means... we... wouldn't you know it, a deer clearing that has deer in it. Let's pop this charcoal in a little bit. Another sapling over there, very nice. And there's our cave. In fact, I'm hoping we're close enough to get that cave on the map. Yes. Oh, that was pretty good. That is what I would call pretty good. Is that... I can't tell. Is that a cave? No, surely it's just a trick of the light. Surely I have to check. But surely it's just a trick of the light. Come on. Oh my god, it's a cave I missed. How could you do this to me? How could the game do this to me? Oh, and it's an interval cave. Let's... unfortunately pop a charcoal here just to put it on the map. But let's put a pin in this guy. Cave system. Interesting. Okay, here. Okay, here. Cave system almost always means transition to a new location, a new region. That has to lead to Ash Canyon. There is nothing that this cave over here can do except lead to Ash Canyon. We have our walking valley over here, leads to Pleasant Valley. The cave system over in the northwest here leads to Black Rock. So this corner has to lead to Ash Canyon. That is good to know. That is extremely good to know because I did not know how to get to Ash Canyon before. So basically, what we're going to do after I finish with all these hiccups is do a bunch of scouting, mostly in the southern area of this map. It seems like, and I don't want to jinx this, but it seems like, and that actually looks like a lot more to the north, but most of the region that I haven't scouted is in the south right now. Okay, no, that wasn't a sapling. That was a burdock root. Never mind. Okay. Head over here. This looks like a normal cave. And look, a cute little bedroll. We'll take the peaches. Because our food situation is not the highest ever. Anything else in the back of the cave? Not really. Okay, so this cave is pretty much done for as far as exploration and exploitation is concerned. We'll continue around north. So I guess it's not really north so much as it is back west. So we'll head back west, circle around. There's going to be that wolf we'll probably end up fighting. And we can end up going back down this climbing rope. That's where we left some uncooked deer meat. Some food. Although I don't like how it's threatening either a blizzard or a fog. Because both things mean no surveying. So let's be quick. Jack be nimble, Jack be quick. Jack sprinted and wasted a whole bunch of stamina. Yeah, this is looking dangerously like real. Yeah, that's what we're going to do eventually. Take shelter in the cave. But I want to see if I can squeeze out some more surveying before we have to do that. Like I'm hoping against hope. Maybe right here. Yeah, this is a good spot if we can get it. And nice. This is very nice. Yeah, look at that. Extremely nice. Let's see, to the point where... Yeah, this is actual chef's kiss. Okay, no wolves. No rabbits in the grove either, so that's a questionable situation. Let's continue going around this way. Certainly there's got to be another cave we can take shelter in if we need to, right? Surely. Okay. I'm listening for wolves, I'm not hearing wolves. It doesn't always mean much, especially if they're timber wolves. Because those packs are usually dead silent until you walk up on them. Oh, that's a bear. That is a bear. To turn around, I was about to pop a charcoal right in front of that guy. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. You know what? I think we can get up to this cliff up here. Usually, so that would be a serious problem if we slept in it. Two things make me think that's less than maximally possible. The first thing is that usually bear caves have a bunch of bones near the entrance, like deer bones or people bones. The second reason I'm thinking it is I've never seen a bear home cave with things like a bedroll or storage inside. Right, that's too steep to go up. Can we go up around here? I could have sworn I saw some place that led up here that was shallow enough to walk. And that there looks suspiciously square like a container. If this bear decides to keep... Well, I'm of two minds. I am concerned if the bear keeps coming this way and we do shoot it with an arrow, but it ends up running away and the blizzard appears, I'm worried that the bear will actually disappear during the blizzard. and make our arrow disappear along with it. Okay, it doesn't look like there's a way up to that cliff, which means that bear really is just blocking the way forward. Okay, so it turns out this is just a couple of boxes. It was unnaturally square like I thought it was. Oh, interesting, cargo container. I saw one of these earlier, but I looked all around the edges here. I didn't realize that you had to look at the top of it to open it. Hacksaw. Hacksaw, not a pry bar. And here I thought that it was useless to carry hacksaw around. Well, I'll have to keep that in mind. Okay, well let's see. What are we going to do about this bear? Eventually, Buddy is going to be coming across... I thought I heard something. It was just the wind. Literally just the wind. Well, I don't know where that wolf ended up. But if our bear keeps coming this way... He might not, but if he keeps coming this way, I think we do take a pot shot from the top of this structure here. Okay, we're probably right on top of this rabbit grove. I have no idea how we got eyes on this cedar limb all the way over here. But let's head back and see if the bear is continuing to move this way. I wouldn't be completely torn up over fighting that bear, or at least hunting it. I'd prefer to not fight it. But I wouldn't be completely torn up if we had to hunt it. Because that would give us our first very large cache of food in this entire region. Yeah, I really thought that that was walkable over there. Okay, nothing up here other than a vantage point, and I don't see the bear. Okay, so let's try, maybe I was wrong about that slope. Let's try the slope one more time. I'm pretty sure I wasn't wrong about it, but I might have been. And because I don't see the bear, let's keep poking over in that direction. Okay, no, I was definitely right about this slope. Yeah, that's it. Can't get much higher than that. Okay, so Winnie the Pooh absolutely turned around here. Cedar Limb 1, Cedar Limb 2. I think this is Cedar Limb 1 over here. So, like before, I was going to pop a charcoal right by this downed tree trunk. But the bear was right there. Okay. So it is extremely close to dusk, which means I'm not very mad about sprinting around and wasting stamina here. Oh, that's walkable. Okay. So that, I think, is how you get up. And that looks like a bone. Let's hope the bear doesn't pop out of the cave. Alright, perfect. Yeah, this over here looks suspiciously like a bone. Yeah, this is the bear's hidey hole. Let's not poke in there. I'm extremely suspicious walking this direction, because if the bear didn't head down the valley we went down, I kind of feel like it had to have headed this way. But I also don't see any paw prints. Okay, and surely if there's a deer up here, there's no bear. Okay, I think this was a good decision. Coming up this way was definitely a good decision. Drink some soda in celebration. Delicious Stacy's grape soda.
It's getting dark out here. Time to look for shelter.
All right, let's see. So we just popped a charcoal right here. And we're probably over in this area here now. So let's get a little bit higher. And I suspect there might be just one more charcoal opportunity tonight before it gets too dark. And that over there looks suspiciously, well, it actually doesn't look like a cave. All right, a little higher and pop. Oh yeah, that's nice. Look at how nicely this is coming along. This is very nice. Okay, but we do have to start looking for something to spend the night in. First order of business, check over there for a cave. Second order of business, follow along to the left, because if the bear didn't come up here, that means the bear went over to the right. And I'd like to postpone that conflict for as long as possible. Thank you very much. Okay, so that was not a cave that I saw. Let's head through this pass. See if there's anything nice. If you were a cave, where would you be hiding? And why would you be hiding from me? It seems like a very rude thing to do. That is a very long climbing rope. And a very long climbing rope is also a very intriguing climbing rope. Let's get to the top of this little nub here. And I think it should still be dark, not dark enough, the opposite of dark. It should still be light enough to pop this charcoal. Fingers crossed that we get the climbing rope on it. Okay, nice. That's actually really nice. But it does confirm there's no cave here. So we gotta head back down. Oh, Jesus. What did I just fall over? Oh, man. Okay, so how screwed up are we? Sprained ankle, pain. I can deal with both of those. And how did these get so wet? I guess we were out in the snow. Well, sprained ankle we can deal with. It's probably not even super necessary. I'm kind of more salty about the torn clothing. Crampons are still hanging on. Okay, so the clothing isn't that bad. Maybe took a little bit of damage, but not much. Eat, drink, marry. Not necessarily in that order. Oh, an untitled bin. One thing that I discovered in the interim, and by in the interim I mean just earlier today, is there are certain sort of visual modes, and some of them are neat. The heritage mode makes it feel like you're being shot off of one of those old 1970s camcorders that has the RGB slightly mismatched and it gives it kind of a blurry golden hour vibe. But there's also this Noir mode, which turns things into black and white, and it really makes contrast nice, and it makes things nice to see at night, better to see at night than the normal way. It seems scarier, spookier in my opinion, like channeling its inner Transylvania. We're about to get blah 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 blood sucked by Vlad the Impaler. But it's got a vibe that I kind of like at night, this noir mode. It's not as useful in my opinion during the day, because during the day it's still black and white. The contrast is still good. In fact, the contrast is a little bit aggressive and kind of harsh on the eyes. And you lose the color contrast, which is nice to see in terms of determining what's what. But at night, I think it's a lot better, especially for you guys watching on whatever screen. Because at least maybe you can see something of an outline of somewhere. As opposed to just usually the pitch black, Yeah, the pitch black color. But I have to ask again, if you were a cave, where would you be hiding? I feel like you might be over here. Perhaps? Right now, I can't see much more than just the snowflakes and some outlines in the snow. This actually isn't looking too promising for a cave. Yeah, there's definitely not a cave here. Okay, so we continue on. And of course we dropped the storm lantern back at the climbing rope. Oh, what are we stepping on? Something. Prepare for bear, because I can't see a bear very well.
Need to find some place to escape this cold.
Yeah, it is getting pretty cold, Mackenzie says. Perhaps a cave up here? A girl can dream. I was definitely not expecting this to come around so aggressively. Looks like we're going to reach almost all the way over to that cave system. But for sure, like for absolute sure, there was... Oh, you know what? This climb spot here, it didn't have a rope on it at the time, but it came from above. I bet we're going to end up somewhere in the vicinity of that climb spot. And I really wish I hadn't been standing on that steep bit for so long. Alright, what is this? Do we hope against hope that I can conjure with my mind a cave? I don't think so. No, that's just a windbreak, not... Well, actually, you know what? It's not too bad in here. It's not too bad, and I don't see any skeletons. And in addition to that, we do have the Mondo Chungus bearskin bedroll. So I think we can actually sleep quite comfortably here. 12 hours should put us nicely into early morning. As long as the bear doesn't come and take a nibble. Okay. I think we survived. Let's drink before we dehydrate. But let's not drink all of it because I also want to eat this condensed milk. Yeah, sometimes you can just sneak it in. But he said the fingers feel numb. That must mean it got pretty cold. Okay, it actually is pretty cold. And how much are we risking hypothermia? Moderately. A moderate hypothermia risk. So you see how it's very black and white film. Actually, this is not a bad place for a charcoal. It's very black and white film.
Freezing.
Very high contrast. Ooh, that was actually the best charcoal I could have hoped for. And because we're so cold, I don't mind sprinting more. Watch there be a cave literally right over here. I bet there is. I bet there's a cave right over around the corner here. Okay, no, this is just another little cubby hole. That bear has really made himself scarce, hasn't he? But yeah, to see how kind of harsh this is on the eyes? Compare this to, let's turn the Heritage on. Heritage is completely useless at night. It just makes everything much harder to see and sepia toned. But during the day, it's got a kind of a vibe to it. I'm not the biggest fan, especially because it makes things a little bit out of focus. And I feel like if I watch it for too long, it's going to mess up my eyesight. You know, it's got kind of a little bit of an old-timey found footage thing going on. Still no caves. And we are going to need... We do have a bunch of sticks, so that's good for burning. We are going to need to find somewhere to warm up, make some water, and get some more food. Okay, but let's turn the normal, not accessibility. Let's turn the normal mode back on. Because this, in my opinion, is much nicer during the day. Oh yeah, have fun at, I think you said you were doing night shifts, right? Definitely enjoy as much as possible. It occurred to me that one benefit of a night shift is you can you can avoid the hottest part in the day. So hopefully you can dodge that. Fingers crossed. Yeah, 5 p.m. to 2 a.m. You start at just when it started, basically at the hottest part of the day and cooling down. And then you get to, yeah, and then you get to enjoy the better sort of cooler part. Aha, here's a cave. The cooler part of the night. All right, so we'll pop a squat in this cave. Warm up. Think about maybe making some food and or water. But while we're having thoughts about food and water, and while you're lurking, this might be a good time to do a little bit of a stretch break to try to avoid that carpal tunnel. If you see the carpal tunnel, don't go into it. Don't go down the carpal tunnel. Okay, and for starters, let's take a quick nap and see if we can get back some of the condition we lost from hypothermia. And wake up. Okay, nice. Oh my goodness, this is all actually wet and frozen. So we really do need to have some kind of a fire. Actually, are we threatening frostbite right now? Not quite. Okay, here's the plan. We chop down this branch. It should give us a bunch of cedar. Yeah, 5 cedars. Yeah, frostbite risk. We do not want to mess with this. Hop in the cave a little bit. And we're just going to toss all these cedars on the Barbie. Do double duty. First, warm up the clothes. Second, unfreeze the clothes. Third, dry the clothes. Fourth, warm us up, get this frostbite out of here. And fifth, we can toss this in here. Fifth, it'll make some chars. Some nice charcoals for us. Although, the fire is only going to end once it starts getting to dusk, so maybe not the most useful timing. Could be worse. You can toss us some more on. Okay. But for now we got vibes. And I'll BRB. So we are nominally back, and it appears that a blizzard has arrived. Oh goody. Well, that blizzard is likely to last at least for the rest of the afternoon. And we're getting a little bit low on food, actually. Not the best situation to be in. So how exactly do we want to handle this? Weight-wise, we're good. How's the clothing? Alright, still drying and or unfreezing. I made a kind of... You can't see it. But it's like a... Made a loaf of bread the other day. Unfortunately, it's with a particular kind of flour that I'm not very skilled with. Either that or it's just old flour. But it's semolina. Semolina flour. And I was unable to successfully nurture the gluten network to the degree that I would have liked it to be. So the bread is kind of flat. It's not like a flat bread. It's maybe, what would I say, 1.5 inches thick? Maybe 2 inches. But I basically made it an open-faced PB&J. And I'm probably going to drip all over myself when I try to eat it. Because honestly, what else can be done while we wait for all this clothing to unfreeze? This frostbite is nothing to mess around with. For whoever's still listening, what frostbite does is I guess it applies to a particular part of your body, and it gives you, like, you know, right hand, left hand, feet, head, arms, legs. It gives you a permanent reduction to your health forever. Literally forever. It can be, you know, 10 years later in the game, and you'll still have that reduction. I accidentally let a frostbite on, I think it was my hands, was it? Yeah, I accidentally let a frostbite sneak up on me back when I was doing some crafting in the coastal highway, which is like the safest place you could possibly be. But once you are, so there's no notice that your clothes get more and more wet and frozen. It just kind of happens, and if you don't check it in the inventory screen, it'll sneak up on you. And so my clothing had become mostly frozen. And then I told Mackenzie to spend the next hour and a half, and this was during a blizzard, by the way, but my clothes were so good and I was so warm that even with the wet and frozen clothes, I was still positive temperature in the blizzard. But this was during a blizzard. And so I said, you know what, I should be completely fine, completely 100% fine to spend an hour and a half making an arrowhead. And so I told Mackenzie to spend an hour and a half making an arrowhead. And of course it's like, you know, 3 or 4 seconds to pass that time when it's sped up. And nice, the blizzard actually ended. But it's 3 or 4 hours to spend that time. And in that, or not 3 or 4 hours, 3 or 4 seconds to fast forward an hour and a half. And of course in that time, he got both the blizzard affliction warning and, not blizzard, the frostbite affliction warning and frostbite. So I was pretty salty about that. So we have 1 charcoal. I suspect, assuming that the path around what I'm guessing in the middle here is the Timberwolf Mountain. I'm guessing that the path around it will take 3 or 4 charcoals to link up to that climbing zone. That little climbing zone shortcut. That, of course, we're not going to be able to use because I left the extra mountaineering rope way back in the beginning. There are worse fates. For example, if it's just a shortcut. Ooh, hiccup. If it's just a shortcut, I don't mind not opening it up. What I really want to save the climbing ropes for, even though they are reusable, is passes that the climbing rope is the only way to get through it. I haven't found any of those yet, or at least I haven't found any that don't have ropes on them already, because some of them spawn with ropes. In fact, so far it seems like most of them spawn with ropes. Let's get this water, we'll put another water on, and then I'll continue over to the west, see if we can see anything nice. Like food, for example. Flying a little bit close to the sun with this bread. Icarus, witness me. Despite there being a little bit of a revealed area up here in the darkness, I suspect that's just a bug in the map. Because this whole northern area looks very much like it's as far north as you can go. Always have a paper towel. Okay. Okay, back to business. Oh, and this one even had a name. I didn't notice. And you know what? If the name's not on the map, let's actually pop our last charcoal. Oh, that was actually quite nice. Okay. What are we looking for? We are looking for food. And we can always use these marshmallow plants, but I like to keep them for an emergency. What I'm really looking for is a deer carcass. Eric's Falls, huh? You know, maybe you can get up there. Not sure. Alright, I hear crows, but are they just flying past? No, they're circling over something. Perfect. This is precise. And look at all these birch saps. Oh my goodness. You know, I keep saying it, but it never rains but pours. It never rains, but it absolutely pours. And I'll also take this birch bark. Okay, deer. Who's dead? And it's a deer too, and it's got an arrow. Oh man. So I left towards Black Rock, which is the previous region I explored before this, with about 15 arrows. And I lost a bunch of them, so I ended up with something like 10 coming back. And that was, you know, finding all the arrows in the area, and then losing a bunch of them to Timberwolves who I'd shoot, and then they would run away. Very, very inconvenient. Oops. But so far, in this region, we've just been finding arrows. Finding arrows like nobody's business. Actually, it's my business. The business is mine. Okay. So how much meat did we just get? I couldn't tell because cat is in front. All right, 1.2 kilos. That's actually not a whole bunch. It'll keep us going for a little bit, but not too long now. In that direction, that's where I suspect the shortcut is. Let's go back and cook this meat. And that looks like an interesting little pass in there that goes into the mountain. If we have to make the choice, if we absolutely have to make the choice, what we'll do is we'll survey the outside before we go in. So we'll skirt the cliff before we go around. The only thing that could increase the quality of this run of luck is if tonight was an aurora, so we could sleep until the night and then wake up during the aurora and still do surveying. The only thing left. Alright, how's our water going? Oh, not bad. Not bad at all. Blup, 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 blup. Blup, 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 blup. My cat's looking at me after making those noises. Okay, so that's definitely all the water we need for now. I think what we would do is we cook this meat. We cook the meat and then we sleep. Actually, 4 hours. Yeah, we could probably just about sleep for 4 hours. Okay. Yes. Let's pop a squat in the back of the cave, and when we wake up, I believe it will be night. I believe the fire will be out, and I choose to manifest an aurora. So let's go. Alright, well, 2 of 3. Not bad. Actually, 1 of 3, huh? This fire isn't even out. Only 5 minutes, though. Not bad. Not the worst. Why does my cat keep licking my fingers? He's too cute, I can't stop him. But his tongue is very rough. Oops. That was the wrong button. This is the right button. Alright, so we currently have probably a few too many cans. Recycled cans, that is. Yeah, at most we only need 1, and I did not mean to drop whatever that was. Not add fuel. We need to wait for that to burn out. And where is the can/ammunition I just dropped? You gotta be kidding me. Can't see anything. Oh, there we go. There, where is it? Got it. Okay. Would not want to miss out on the rifle ammo. It's not the kind of thing that you want to leave behind in a dark cave that you'll never come back to. But it's cloudy tonight, and cloudy means we can't survey. How many chars? 9 chars, I'll take it. That'll do for this area, probably. So, I'm pretty sure I know where that exterior path goes. Because we can't survey, cannot map in low visibility conditions, let's go into the interior and see if there's anything interesting in between these two huge rock cliff looking things. In particular, I'm looking for something like a path up the mountain. I don't know how good our odds are going to be in finding such a thing. But you never know. If this isn't the mountain, then what is the mountain? And if this isn't the path, then what is the path? I just don't want to accidentally down a cliff. Okay, this looks like something, but it's so dark. You might even call it noir. Oh, that's not much better. That is not much better. In fact, I don't know if that's better at all. I hear a cat sitting on the keyboard. Get that. So much for that. Okay, now it looks like there's something over here. I don't know if it's just a couple of fallen tree limbs or what. Alright, that's too dark. That is too dark for me. Not like we have enough food to loiter here forever. But we can at least loiter for a bit and hopefully get some better weather. I would love it if these clouds cleared up. Okay, but let's think. Do I remember seeing the climbing spot? Okay, so hold on, let's think. This is the spot we came up. This is the shortcut back down to that 3-entrance cave, which is here. This was that cheeky spot that looks like it goes up the mountain. And that's kind of far away, actually. Let's see if we can sleep for a little bit longer in this cave. It would be nice to be able to put a pin in this upper plateau area. But I don't know if that will be possible tonight. Unless... looks like I got my wish that it's not cloudy anymore. The only question left is the moon moony enough? And by my eyes, it ought to be. By my eyes, this ought to be enough moonlight to navigate well. To navigate, survey, and do other things. One thing to be careful of is, it also means it might be a little bit chilly. Frostbite? Why the heck do we have frostbite? How did that get wet? What? What? Actually, what? Well, that kind of ruins everything. Because I cannot afford frostbite right now. How in the actual hell? We sat in front of that... We sat in front of that fire for the longest time. Alright, where is it? There it is. Ah, what a waste. What a waste. Of both time, food, and sticks. Okay. Yeah, look at how fast that frostbite risk goes up. Jesus. That is crazy. I saw it came straight back and it's already like 10%. Alright. Until I see for sure that this risk is going down, I don't dare sleep, but I kind of want to sleep in the middle here. Let's harvest some of these broken arrows. And how does that look? Still frostbite risk, huh? Night? How does it... I'm sitting right in front of a fire. How is this not thawing wet better? I do not understand. Okay, so I am still thawing and getting less wet. How did I get so wet to begin with? It's like the game thinks I jumped in a pile of water, also known as a puddle. 78, 87. It's going to take a long time to unthaw or thaw. Let's try sleeping in bed right next to the fire. It ought to be a bajillion degrees. Yeah, feels like 25. That'll put us up to basically hot. So sleep for an hour, let's see what happens. This really ought to thaw. Let's see. Okay, frostbite healed. That was expected. And that only went down... Wow, that only went down about 30% in 1 hour? Sleeping next to a fire, huh? Well. I guess we don't have much of an option, do we? We do not have much of an option at all. Just gonna have to sit. How's the fire? 50 minutes and we are... Yeah, something like that. Need a little bit more burn time. Just a smidge. If we break this down for 10 minutes, how does our gauntlets look after that? 39%. That is rough. That is really rough. And yeah. I really can't play around with this. Still, 14%, so that's about 30 minutes. And yeah, let us pass time in here. And this ought to fix it. Yeah, now we're drying. Okay, pick that up. And let's just spend the rest of this time drying off. I wonder, is it because we walked too close to that waterfall, but we weren't anywhere near it? Huh. I do not know. Perhaps it's best I don't even pretend to. Instead, I can eat more of this bread. Yum. It's got raspberry preserves on it. Alright, 84, huh? I wonder if it will get any worse if I go out. Well, I guess it's not terrible. It's almost dawn. We'll have some more charcoal. There are definitely worse fates. But now we're getting pretty close to actually... Well, we've got no extra firewood. So until we pick up a bunch of sticks, I'm going to have to be careful to watch out that I don't get wet. Because if we do get wet and start freezing, we might not have the time available to us to chop a bunch of these limbs apart to make firewood. Yum. So let's just get these things to embers, and then we'll get it to a burned out fire. In the meantime, the plan. I don't want to pop a charcoal just to get that gap covered. I think it's a good idea to check out the Rapid Grove too. So we'll check out the Rapid Grove. Then we'll go and see if we can find what the deal is with this climb spot. Or maybe we'll go a little bit farther to the west first. The climb spot I don't think is quite as far west as I thought. Alright, how are we doing on the wetness? Still 72%. Still a whole bunch of wet. If we get really thin on food, we can come back and we can get some of these cattails and eat those delicious. And do that to keep our well-fed bonus. Okay, weather is not looking great. It's also looking like it might be bright enough to go back to normal. Or should I say, normal? Yeah, there we go. There we go indeed. Here, and yeah, 67% wet still, huh? As long as it doesn't blizzard or snow too much, I think the wet should go down and not up. I hope. No, I probably should have checked the inside of this cave for charcoal. That would have been a good idea. Well, there are these sticks here. Yeah, we'll leave that there. Leave the sticks there. I thought about tossing those sticks into the embers, lighting it back up, and getting a torch to check the back of the cave. But no, it's better to know that there are sticks there that we can make a quick fire in case we need to. Come on, burnout. Burnout. Burnout takedown for the Xbox. Yeah, the weather's looking pretty nice this morning. There we are. And how many chars? 5 chars, I'll take it. Okay, first, 62% wet. Let's walk a little ways and see how that does for us. For example, just past these rabbits. As long as the bear doesn't sneak up. Yeah, there's got to be a way up there somehow. Either that climbing rope or something to the right around that cliff face. Okay. I'd say right about here. This ought to do it.
Looks like I survived another night.
Yeah, barely, bud. Okay. Just snuck it in. And that is suggestive that there's something up to the north. I don't think there's... Unless... Was there a climbing spot up to the north here that I am forgetting? I don't think there was. No, I'm pretty sure there wasn't. So let's ignore that northern bit. The sign says, I am hunting wabbits. We do just have the one fire-hardened arrow. So let's try to be a little bit careful here. We can make more, but I prefer not to spend the time. All right, and don't aim too high. Ah, gotcha. Unfortunately, the arrow broke. Well, it's better than nothing. And it also let us take these sticks. Oh, you know what? I've been using fire-hardened arrows for so long. Forgot that I can throw rocks at these guys. And we might just do that. If we can find any rocks. There's just the one other guy, though. Alright. How's our wetness? How's the wetness going up in this condition? There's like barely the tiniest bit of snow happening. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely an outrage. You know, actually to the point where I've got half a mind. How many crow feathers do we have? Enough. I have half a mind to toss a rock at this one rabbit, get him, chop a limb apart, get some wood, some firewood, and then cook the rabbits and make some fire-hardened arrows, because we are currently in a 0 fire-hardened arrow situation. And I believe my stone skills are not so rusty that this is hopeless. And besides, I heard rabbits were like hippies. In fact, I heard that rabbits enjoy Woodstock the most out of all of the music festivals. Because they like being stoned. Nailed it. Alright, and I didn't miss. Sorry, dude. Okay. So, we now have food. We have continually... Everything's getting wet outside. Wow. Wow. Okay. We're chopping one of these limbs down. We're lighting another fire. And early in the day, be damned, we are cooking and drying. Early in the day, be absolutely verdammt. I cannot handle this wetness. Cannot handle it one bit. Alright. First order business. Remember, first order business, it's light, so let's look for coals. I don't see any coals. Second order of business. Remember that we don't want to use all of the sticks in the fire. We want to use the cedar in the fire. Kind of going through matches pretty quick here. Alright, that's great.
Pretty well.
That's great. We can... do some more water, why not? And first order of business, harvest a rabbit. And that can happen by hand, even though it's more than 3 times faster with the hunting knife. Alright. And now we cook rabbit the first. You'll take 26 minutes. Harvest rabbit the second. And you have barely any meat on you. Jeez. Not even worth the rock I threw at you. Okay, that's fine. 13 and a lot. 13, 28, 21, 14, no. 28? No, you only have one gut. Alright. That's fine, we'll just speed it up. 13 and 32. And you were some number larger than 13, substantially. And that was 21 minutes. I probably should not have waited that whole time. Okay, pickup. Food-wise. Not bad for the haul. But not so much that we can pretend that we can stay here forever. Even a wolf wouldn't have been that much. Alright, the real question.
Back is getting kinda
We are
heavy.
still getting dry, and 2 hours of burn time. We sleep. Actually, what did that say? 95%. Okay, pretty good. 2 hours sleep. Next to a fire. We ought to be completely dry. I will accept no other response. We're channeling our inner Sahara Desert. Yeah, that's more like it. Okay. You're still burning. We don't need your charcoal so desperately, so let's head out. It's still a little bit... Actually, it's getting a lot of it windy. Let's be fast if we can. Because this is threatening blizzard conditions. And if it is a blizzard, we're probably going to have to hoover up all these marshmallows up here to feed ourselves. Oops. You know what? I forgot to make some fire-hardened arrows. But it's fine for now because there are no rabbits around. So nothing of value is lost. Just like this fatigue, because we're gonna want to run out before
I'm gonna have to leave
nightfall.
something behind.
Come on, let's see what's over this way. And this might be a good place to pop the charcoal. It seems like it's either going to dead end us or be transitioned to a new spot. Interesting. Okay, not what I was expecting. Let's see, what have we got? Does this loop around and go down in a ramp, or is it a cliff? Where are we going to end up? I guess it just goes around. We could have walked down this way the other way. Polaroid. Alright, now. I found a very special place today. It's not the highest peak near Timberwolf, but it might have the sweetest view of Crystal Lake I've found up here. Just stunning. I am going to be furious if this Polaroid shows a vista at a place that I've already popped a charcoal. Furious. Son of a bitch. I even looked at that ridge just specifically to find a vista there. And of course a blizzard arrives. Great. Great. It doesn't rain, but pours. And of course that means we're going to start getting wet. Harvest all the cattails. Every last cattail. I'm actually really mad about that Vista situation. Okay, what is down here? We can do a little bit of peeking around, but not a bunch. Okay, this goes... That's not traversable. Let's go take a peek at that little cul-de-sac by the cliff that I tried to find last night that was too dark to see in. It should be nearby. shouldn't be too far away. At least not so far that we get lost in this blizzard. And this looks like a cheeky spot. Okay, here's our climbing rope. Or our climbing rock, I should say. Yeah, that goes down. But what else have we got up here? Anything good? So far it's looking like no. Got a maple. Completely unnecessary maple sapling. Because we are nowhere near needing another bow. And this looks like the place I was looking for. Okay, there's a climbing spot. We are not doing that during the blizzard, but we are doing it next. Okay, so here's the plan. Head back to the river, hoover up all of the marshmallow cattail plants we can find on the way back, and then take cover in the cave until another thing that requires a hacksaw. Gosh darn. Heck, maybe later I'll actually chop one of these boxes open and see if there's anything good inside. But again, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Right now we want to get back to the river, back to our marshmallows. And that looks like more of them. It was not more of them. Alright, what you got? What you got? I know there was a cluster over by the waterfall. But where is it? Here we go. Hope. Where's a wolf when you need it to hunt some of these deer? Oh yeah, this is, let's just say, enough food to deal. Alright, straight back to the cave. I know there's marshmallows here too. We're going to leave them just in case we need them later. Don't want to hoover everything up and then not have anything to fall back on. Okay, how wet are we? Getting quite wet. Alright, cave me.
Die if I don't warm up soon.
And in fact, I think we do a cave, or not a cave, a fire all the way back here. It should be extra warm and cozy. I didn't realize I had an extra cedar this whole time. Okay, we do the cedar. Remember this time to make some fire-hardened arrows. And then, it's getting on into the evening. I don't really like that. I don't really like how it's getting on in the day. Alright, here's what we do. Add some sticks. We will craft some arrows, and those only take... I guess we have to use something bladed, huh? That'll only take 22 minutes, so that's actually quite fast. And 3 is plenty. 3 is plenty for me. We'll keep the rest of the sticks. And I think we'll sleep. Let's hope this is a short blizzard. And I'm not thinking it was a short blizzard. Fire's almost not out yet. One more hour. I think the blizzard is still there. I hear it blowing. You haven't actually... I wonder, what are the odds... What are the odds that there are more shelters up that climbing rope? I feel like the odds are pretty high. So even if it's still blizzardy outside, or not blizzardy, when it stops being blizzardy outside, even if it's still dark, I think we head straight to that climbing rope and head up. Kind of getting to the edge of how long I can sleep. And the blizzard ended. I don't hear the wind anymore. A May Zong. Alright. So, now I need to think, what do we want to carry along? Let's...
Too much stuff to carry.
Got half a mind to harvest these rabbits. Let's harvest, and let's be kind of decadent and actually use the hunting knife too. We'll drop the stuff here. We can start curing. We can pick it up on the way back if need be. Because rabbit skins, I kind of need those to heal, repair my hat. I don't know how good my hat is, condition-wise. But it couldn't hurt to have a couple of rabbit skins and guts lying around for repairing purposes. Okay. Now, drink. Eat. And let's check the food situation after we eat some of these stalks. Because I'm guessing there's not going to be a whole lot of food up that mountain. Okay. There's probably not going to be, but I'm feeling confident enough that we're going to do this. First, drop hides and anything that can be cured. Second, drop some water, but only 1.5 liters. Third, and it looks like we might actually have nice weather outside right now. Third, check, we are not wet. And fourth, let's head straight to that climbing rope. Ooh, the moon got much bigger in one night. Somewhat skeptical of that, actually. Alright, what's the situation up here? Yeah. We'll pop a charcoal right underneath the climbing rope. I'm almost certain it's bright enough that we can do that. That shouldn't be an issue one way or the other. Whatsoever. Yeah, certainly this has got to be Timberwolf Mountain, right? Its prominent location in the map. Actually, we can probably pop a charcoal from the top of this place. That is, I believe, going to be a more intelligent move. Oh. I heard you. Are you a pack or are you alone? Okay, you're just the one wolf. Where did you even come from, buddy? You know what? If we hunt him, we can do it on the way back. For now, let's keep going. We're close enough. Well, I guess we could carry the meat, but we can come back if we need to. For now, we don't. I hope. Alright, let's go. Let's check this ledge out, see if there's anything nice on it. Sometimes there's things like firewood. Sometimes there's nothing. Okay, 1 stick. 2 lonely sticks. Alright, not very high. So that was quick. And it has got to be bright enough for charcoal, right? Surely. Gosh, darn. Wait, taking rope? No! Put it back! Put the rope back!
Something's gotta
I
go.
didn't mean to click on that. Kind of a waste of time. Really? How do you call this low visibility? It's perfect visibility. Alright, well, at any rate, let's continue. We can charcoal on the way down if we have to. This is looking suspiciously like a cave, but it also looks suspiciously untraversable. Let's try to sneak our way up this, abusing the geometry. Okay, that didn't work. Perhaps if we continue? No, there's no way. Ain't no way. So let's just go around. Surely that's the mountain. And surely there will be no unfriendly animals up here. Well, that's the same thing a bot would say. So in the meantime, just looking for backup shelters. This might be one. Oh yeah, look at how cute this little cave is. Show me what you got. Oh ho! A mountaineering rope. We might need to try to do something with that later.
I think I can use this.
So firewood, mountaineering rope, a couple of rocks. Let's take the rope. And eventually we'll have to bring it down with us. Unless there's somewhere to use it up here. I suspect there might not be. But there may be a place to use it down below. For example, we could use it to open up this...
If I can drop any of this gear.
That climbing shortcut. For example. Okay. Just doing a quick look around. Peeping what I can peep. If only it was a full moon. Alright. So this is just a clearing. And that looks like another climbing spot. So, let's think. This is the climbing spot that goes down the other way. Okay, here's the strat. Here's the plan. We go up, but when we come down, we go down here. Because there's food closer to this direction than the other one. I think we're done with... No, because there's... Shoot. I want to do that one charcoal. There's that one charcoal I want to do. But we can do that from above. Actually, hold on. You don't have a mountaineering rope, do you? Where do you go exactly? I'm wondering, is it worth it? Is it worth it to mountaineering rope wherever this is? I think it might be here. But I also think it might be somewhere else. I don't quite recognize what's going on down there. Well, we'll think about this one later. Let's keep going. But for now, actually, let me drop this, because we're not going to be able to take this mountaineering rope up again. So you get dropped. Still low visibility, huh? I disagree, but it is what it is. And that looks kind of intense. There are two ledges, and one of the ledges looks like it might have something on it. Ooh, this is... I can't tell if it's just the color or the blue ambient color shining off the rope, or if this is actually a different colored rope. It looked blue. Normally the mountaineering ropes are red. But I suppose it would make sense on account of this is kind of a tall rope. So tall that this ledge looks like a great idea. Okay, this is just a tiny spot. Oh, it's a little windbreak, so we could chill here if we needed to. Oh, and we might need to. because we just got sprain affliction, or sprain risk. Alright. We'll sleep for 1 hour. I don't want to lose this nice weather. And this isn't a particularly good place to sleep. Oh, the wind just died down. Alright. Surely, this is nice enough weather. Cannot map in low visibility. Killing me. You're killing me, Smalls. Alright, again, we're gonna have to take another nap. Just because I wanted to see what was on this ledge. Alright, sleep for another hour. And then we go all the way up. Alright, surely. Still no, huh? Alright, well. Fine. Fine, be that way. If you must. I just heard a noise. That sounded like a deer noise. How could a deer get up here? Only a mountain goat could be here. Alright, now... Ooh, the top of Timberwolf Mountain. So this is it. But is there anything else? I guess there's that plane fuselage. Maybe we could sleep in there. And we can do a whole bunch of charcoals and looking around what's going on up here. Because it looks like it might be interesting. Yeah, I heard an awoo. Alright, here's a wing. As is said by the heads-up display. And there is a fuselage. Okay, the top of this mountain area is actually a lot bigger than I... Ooh, I wonder if there's going to be airline meals. That would be great. That would be a fantastic thing to find. Those are an amazing source of calories. Lightweight and delicious. No guarantee, though. Didn't even think about that. Okay. We got a dude.
Wonder if this is any good to eat.
A dude with a sardines and a rifle cartridge? How did you bring a rifle cartridge onto a plane? Okay, tail section. This must be a different airplane because... Yeah, this looks like it's not a passenger plane, like the one that crashed in Pleasant Valley was. This looks like a cargo plane. Which would make sense because... there couldn't be another tail section of the plane here, because the Pleasant Valley plane had a tail section already. Just not fall off, huh? Actually, I guess there's something down there in the hull. And, okay, a couple of flare shells. Absolutely don't need them because we don't have a flare gun. Man, I'm gonna have to come back here with a hacksaw. If I must.
Wonder if the owner's around.
Bandage, I'll take it. I've been spraining enough of my legs. Okay. This place looks cozy enough. It looks cozy enough, let's sleep until morning. All that climbing, we better be able to sleep until morning. Alright. Actually, we can probably sleep a lot more than this, because we are tired from that climbing. 2 ropes in 1 night? It's a lot. Alright. It's still a little bit cold. Let's see if we can sleep until noonish. Noonish ought to do us. There's not a lot of sprinting to be done up here. Not a whole bunch of sprinting at all. Oh, forgot about the water. Probably should have taken care of that. And food. Good thing we found those granola bars. Okay. So let's keep an eye out for a hacksaw. Not that you're allowed to bring those on an airplane. Who knows? The guy brought a rifle cartridge. You never know what you can find.
Use this.
Don't actually need the sewing primer. Okay. As long as I can... Oh, more flare shells, huh? You can see these in the darkness. I mean, I didn't mean to survey here, but it's not a bad place to do it. Lots of containers. Okay. That's fine. Let's try to find a way down into the hull. The undercarriage. The soft underbelly. And this doesn't look like the way. No, this is not the way. Alright, so we're basically just keeping an eye out here for anything that could be nice. This is a pretty big area. Man, I'm still so salty about that vista. So salty. Okay, maybe the other side of the fuselage will let us into the below decks. Alright. So, let's actually head up. This is looking sketchy. But I feel like this is possible. It's not so steep. I think? Oh, come on now. Come on now. Come on. There we go. Oh my goodness, that was close. And this is a dead end. Well, might as well pop a char. Might as well. Ooh, 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 ooh. 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 That was nice. Oops. That was quite nice. All right. But now we need to start putting things on the map. Let's head back to the tail section. Or maybe these gears over here. Gears of the landing variety. Okay. Whoop. Almost ran off that cliff. And I didn't mean to jump this aggressively down, but it worked. It worked. Aha, another cairn. Its story is not yet written. They never are. Alright, where are we? We are probably about here-ish. See what we can see. Okay, this is deceptively steep. Oh, that's a cheeky little cairn over there. Am I gonna risk it for that? That actually looks like a way you could mountain goat your way down. That does look possible. In fact, it looks so possible, I don't trust that cairn to be a one-way trip. So I'm not even gonna look at it. Oh, but I gotta look at it, don't I? How can I resist? How can I do this to myself? Bump. And of course the story is not yet written. Alright. There is Jack over here. Other than a deer in the distance. I think I recognize this plateau over here now. Okay. And can we head back? Yes. A cave. I didn't even see it. I almost jumped down it, and I didn't even see it. Hopefully it doesn't have anything scary. Like a random dude, frozen. Another mountaineering rope.
Too heavy.
Well, you have to find some way to bring that down. Oh, Captain, my Captain. I really should have planned a little bit better to travel light up here. I really should have, huh? Alright, well. It's not the worst fate. But we can pop this and get this cave on the map. Plenty of firewood. Kind of low on food, though. And that I do not like. Because if we lose well fed, getting back down is going to be an even bigger problem. So let's actually put a little bit of a wiggle on here. Summit. I wouldn't even be mad if there was a wolf up here. Okay, we do not have this climbing zone on the map. So pop that. Oh, that is quite nice. Now I'm still going to have to go over farther this way and pop another. But that was a nice reveal. Yeah, the altitude is really being extremely generous. Okay. But please, sir, can I have some deer? That looks traversable, doesn't it? Weight-wise, 6 kilos over. 6 kilos over. I suppose there are various things we can drop. Chewing on a couple of these cattail stalks. Not necessarily delicious, but they keep the mouth busy. All right, now this looks a heck of a lot like the end of the line. Yo, dude, let's pop this epic char. In fact, might not need to go back because I think, yeah, I'd say that's just about good enough. Yeah, because I think the climbing zone that we took last night, the first one, is right down there. Right down there. Which means the only thing we're really missing is this tiny little bit over here by the climbing spot, but come on, what could really be hiding there? What could really be hiding there? I submit not much. Oh, I also submit that wolf that we almost got snuck up on is going to be hunting those deer. That's unfortunate. Unfortunate and a waste. Okay, well, at any rate, let's finish up at the plane. Hope we can find some food. Hope we can not break an ankle. All right, just passing crows. We find some food, and that means we can take time to break down some of these boxes. Actually, maybe there's something in the boxes. And I can think about whether or not I want to actually come back up here with a hacksaw. Because it sounds like a pain in the butt, but I also kind of feel like there's going to be good things in here. Kind of feel like there will be good things. I mean, it's not like there's any shortfall of firewood. Come on. There we go. All right, where are we? So we passed the wing, did we? We did. So we're something like... This might be another place for a charcoal. I thought we were done with them. But I guess it was just... I guess things were just screened by the very tall peaks. Yeah, surely there's nothing else over here, right? Yeah. Yeah, that looks like a place that would not end well if I tried to go down. Okay. Pop the char. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's right in between the peaks. Okay, perfect. So, let's finish checking the plane. Actually, we probably have a decent amount of firewood we could drop too. Not 5 kilograms worth to make it so that we can just obviously take the mountain rope down, but enough. There. Okay, so let's think. We have 3 free mountaineering ropes, or 3 unused mountaineering ropes. 1 here, where we are. 1 just below our climbing zone here. And 1 probably at this storage. I've got half a mind, but only half, to use one of those climbing ropes to open up the shortcut. Just because the storage is right next to it. We'll see. We'll see how I feel about it.
Stuff will come in handy.
But I'm definitely leaning that way. Alright, anything else nice in this debris field? Not really. Bunch of sticks. Alright. I don't know if we check this dude or not. But he's got feathers. So I like the cut of his jib. Alright, we did check him. So how do we get underneath this thing? I don't want to hop where that open bit is, because the front of this tail section is open to the free fall, and it looks like you could probably hop down from there, but I'd prefer not to risk it. And then the question is, how do you get back? And the answer is not trivially. Probably. Unless there's some kind of a ladder. I didn't see one, but I didn't not see one either. Let's check inside again. We can also cut open a couple of these boxes. Yeah, let's see what the deal is. It's just some geometry. Fur limb. Okay, didn't notice that was limb. I thought that was part of the plane. Okay, crates, 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 crates. I was... floor access. Where'd I be? Yeah, I mean, you can't tell me that doesn't look jumpable. I feel like it's a bad idea. Well, actually, you could probably walk out the bottom there and go around. I think it's doable. I think it's probably doable. Let's open up a couple of these boxes. See if there's anything nice inside. Oh, we can do it with none. That's actually fantastic. Don't even have to waste hatchet. Empty. What have you got? Show me what you got. Aha, perfect. Okay, so this is assuming, and I don't think this is a bad assumption, assuming that there is more food in some of these boxes. We can probably stay here for a while.
Feels like night is
A while longer, anyway. But it looks like the small boxes are empty. Yeah, I think the small boxes are empty.
I can barely walk with this much gear.
Oh. Pretty. Alright. Let's start a fire. With some of this reclaimed wood, but actually not, because it has a lower chance of success when starting. Now all this wood is trapped up here because I'm not going to be lugging it up and down I'm not going to be lugging it up and down the ropes. I might not even take the charcoal from up here. Let's eat some of these peaches. Delicious peaches. Delicious ruined peaches that I'm just so good at cooking. Yum. Yum. Whoa. Model's freaking out here. And yum. Let me see what's going on. Oh, I see what's going on. Wow. Wow. Come on, you can do it. No, that's not what my body's doing. Let me try this. Not that, this. Okay, hopefully that helped. Yeah, it's a little bit better. And maybe we even eat one more. Who? Who are you? Who? All right. Now, one thing we don't need, all these cans. Okay. What do we want to do? Let us actually, I bet we can sleep, if not until morning, until very close to morning. Probably 9 or 10, right? 9 or 10, right? Probably only 9. Would that we could be so lucky to get 10. Okay. I feel like an aurora here would be insane. And up. Which button is it? Don't remember. There it is. Oh, tell me this doesn't have a cozy vibe to it. I guess more like... Oh, the water boiled off, though. Forgot about that. You know what this view reminds me of right here?
Thank goodness. Made it through another night.
This view has extremely similar vibes to the menu of Spec Ops: The Line. Excellent game. Highly recommend you play it. All right. Let's do a little bit of a slurp and hop down. Feeling pretty okay about this. Pretty yeah. I don't like it, but blah. Okay. Oh, come on, empty? Really? It's just the dude with his flare gun? Okay, I'll take the MRE and I'll also take the arrow. Hell yes. That was actually the best risky jump I've ever done. Alright, now how the hell do we get out of here? Here we go. Yeah, this is it. Okay. Alright. Just not break an ankle, please. Yes. Alright, that could have been worse. That could have been much worse. Let's think. We break down more boxes. Popped a charcoal here, didn't I? Yeah. Yeah, we break down more boxes. All the boxes. Drop basically all of the wood that we don't use. And then we need to head back down. All these boxes. Oh, and it got cold suddenly, but only temporarily. Okay, what have we got? Insulated flask. Take you. You know, I never would have expected to see an insulated flask in one of these boxes. Now I'm gonna have to break down every damn box I see in the entire game, just in case something else is nice underneath it.
This pack is getting too heavy to carry.
Oh. Oh. I almost lost well fed. That was dangerous. That was extremely dangerous. Eat food! Eat food! Eat it all! Alright, that should do us for a while. Okay, anything fall down? Not really. I probably should have known better than to do that one. Alright, one more. Okay, matches I'll take. Accelerant we can leave. Oh, you know what? I bet I'll let the water burn out. Unfortunate. Well, we'll have to remember that there's basically no food anywhere up here. I don't need the tinder plugs, but I kind of want to see if the box has anything in it. No, I didn't think so. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to come up here later.
I could eat a horse.
Alright. Take charcoal. How many charcoals? That's a lot of charcoal. So. Sacre bleu. Probably only need a little bit of charcoal, because we won't actually need any until we head back down to this southeastern area. Let's think. Let's think. Okay, we are pretty flush on climbing ropes. We need to get one down. We need to go to the vista. I think that vista is going to be really helpful for this southern area. So finally, a vista that I'll be able to use. I don't know where this climb is. So we have one rope up here, one rope, a ledge down. Huh. Do I care to go back to these caves or the deer clearing? I don't think I do. So then what would be the easiest way to traverse through to this cave system, which I am almost certain leads to Ash Mountain? There's down and around here. This is one climbing. This entire upper area needs climbing ropes. Needs climbing ropes to get to. Either there's this rope here that'll bring us to this upper plateau. Where is it? Or this rope. So there are multiple plateaus. These two climb zones bring you to this plateau area here. This cave system goes around and exits here. So I guess there is technically a way up to this middle plateau, which is kind of this inconvenient cave. Monica, hello. Welcome. I'm trying to decide transportation logistics. So let's see. I'm not entirely sure how accessible this cave is. So far, I just know of these two climbing spots. And then this third climbing spot is the second way to get up to this huge thing. This huge plateau. Oh, you like the logo in VTuber? Well, it depends on what you mean by this. Do you mean the logo or the model? Because the answer will be slightly different. Similar, but slightly different. So the model I actually put together in Blender. I made it myself. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. And can you tell I feel a little bit proud about it? Okay, let's think here. Water's fine. Man, we're still really overweight. Probably most of it is from firewood. What can we drop here? Oh, that is a lot of wood. Woof. Get all that out of here. Oh yeah, what's your favorite not harvest. What is your what's the word I'm looking for? Your favorite software suite or program? Although, maybe I'm reading that wrong. It sounds like you said you like making them. I mean, maybe. Right now, I'm trying to. So I mentioned this before. One of the reasons that I started streaming is to practice multitasking. I'm not very good at it. So right now, I can't because my brain is too full of, oops, accidentally wasting time and doing things. Actually, I can't drop either of these, can I? Either of these books. All right. So let's see. What can I drop up here? We don't need so many spray cans. We don't need any rocks. What can we drop? I really wish I didn't bring all this stuff up here. What can we do? Oh, there's a bunch of clothes we can drop too. That's nice. All right. Yeah, I use Blender too. Or, to the degree that I can. As you can tell, this is the default no texture. Aha, okay. I might have to look into that. So this one, it's got extremely simple rigging, but I did rig it up in Blender. And these two. But maybe I have to look into what Animaze does, because Blender certainly is not... it does so many things. I actually... Discord is one of the things I haven't set up yet. So unfortunately, I don't have one of those. Ooh, that wasn't as much stuff as I was hoping to drop. All right, let's see. Let's see, what can we do here? What can we do? I think let's sleep until we have full condition. Oh, well, if you have Insta... Ooh, and there's an aurora. This is creepy. If you have Instagram, then you can... I should have the same name. Yeah, I should have the same name as this on Instagram, if you want to take a peek there. Unfortunately, we have to eat the MRE. I know it's unfortunate, and I know you didn't want to do this, but sometimes you have to. Okay. So, I wonder if there's anything interesting on this airplane. I don't think so. It's literally the same thing as the channel name. If you want to find it. Okay. So... yeah, this is kind of a creepy place to have an aurora. And it's midnight too. So let's see, what do we want to do here? We want to climb back down. We want to climb back down, and I see. So it kind of made the decision for us. Or did it? Oh, this is a hard decision here. Let's think. Let's think for a moment. I didn't leave something behind, did I? No, and I can drop the water. So we have one rope here. We have one rope, one thing below. Yeah, next time I go on, I'll take a look. I'm not super, not common, what's what I'm looking for? I'm not on it all the time, so I can't promise when, but I'll take a look. Let's see, what in the actual heck should I be doing here? I think I know what I want to be doing, but at the same time... So we got this guy. Oh, you know, well... Decisions have been made. Decisions have been made for me, I think. Alright. I don't think we were close enough to anything on the plateau just below here in order to put it on the map. So we're going to have to go back to that lower plateau. And I think I'm actually going to put the rope, one of the ropes down on that second exit, the one that's just underneath this rope climbing spot. Yeah, I think that's going to have to be the way I do it. Okay, because this is up here. Yeah, this is the climbing zone here. Yeah, that's the way it's going to be. All right. Too encumbered to climb. That's because we need to drink this water and then drop this water. And drop. All right. Let's get the heck out of here. Let's get the absolute heck out of here. And hope we don't run into any aurora wolves on the way. Yeah, this rope really does look blue, huh? Uncanny. Uncanny. Okay. So we deploy this rope. Yeah, I think this is the strat. We deploy this rope, and then we open up the shortcut. Really? I guess that's fine. And then we open up the shortcut over by the storage. That's probably going to have to be how it is. That will still leave us with one mountaineering rope free. One mountaineering rope free, and we can definitely... Yeah, where does that even go down to? Huh. Yeah, one free, and we can definitely pick up one or two of them if we need to. That is, if we need it in Ash Valley. Alright, how's our clothing? Okay, completely dry. Good. Very good. Actually, let's pop a charcoal on here, too. Not so many things we need charcoals for. Up here, anyway. At least for a while. Get close enough to make sure we get that cave. It might not even be a proper cave on the map. Okay, not bad. Not too bad. And I think we should be able to get down to that. We should be able to get down to the storage area. Spend the night there. The rest of it, anyway. Okay, surely there's nothing over here worth looking at. Surely I'm just wasting my time checking. Probably something really good that I would really regret missing. Unless... no, not here. This looks like a cheeky little spot, but you never know. Never do you know. All right, just a slight detour. The slightest of detours. I've never seen a slighter detour. Here we are. Pup-char. All right, good.
Feel my feet.
And now we just head down, down, down. Did I drop anything up here that I'm going to regret leaving behind? I don't think I did. I'm hoping I didn't. Oops. Click and click. So eventually I'm going to have to make my way back to Desolation Point. I think there's an achievement from going all the way up to the top of Timberwolf. Or is it somewhere else? I don't remember, actually. No, it's some weird place, I think, in Ash Canyon. Ash Valley, whatever it is. Okay, there's our rope. Rope spot. So now this... As many times as I was saying, I'm sure I'm not going to be using this shortcut. I think this might be one of the most convenient ways to get back up to the top of the mountain from anywhere else. Anywhere that isn't the top of the mountain. Okay. Let's sneak down and hope there's not a bear waiting for us. I feel like that might have been a bear that... No, that wasn't a bear. That was a container. Like a cargo container. And let's remember, I'm going to have to head back up there with a hacksaw eventually. Hacksaw and a lot more free carry weight. But for now... Actually, for now, let's chop a crate open. Okay, nothing good inside. Anything good in you? Fingers crossed. Nothing. Nothing. Useless crate. How's our clothes? Still dry. The only thing that crate was good for is... It's not good for anything. It's not good for a single thing. Alright. We can sleep till about noon. Maybe early afternoon. There's our cave. Where is our food? I'm hungry. And I really, really don't want to lose that well-fed bonus now. Also gonna have to run around and find where I dropped that extra mountaineering rope if it's not here. Which it might not be. Alright. Here's our food. Here's our water. Not bad. Not bad at all. And this is why we plan ahead. This is exactly why we plan ahead. Alright. Next order of business. Go inside, sleep, wait for the blizzard to pass, and goddamn it if I'm not getting that vista as soon as possible. Also, there is definitely a storm lantern here. Which should be one of two. Where's the other storm lantern? I don't remember where I dropped the other storm lantern. Probably at the bottom of... Yeah, almost certainly at the bottom of one of these climbing ropes. Either this one or... It must have been this one here. Well, cross that bridge when we get to it. Cross that bridge when we return. Okay. Drink. A little bit of extra water for the road. I do like having some venison on hand. Okay, wolf if we need it. Wolf if we need to hunt, which we might need to hunt. Where are we going? Due south, straight past the engine. Oh man, I am salty. I knew for sure this would be a vista, and it just wouldn't give it to me. My salt knows no bounds. It better stay nice weather. It better stay very nice weather. So let's grab this vista. And then we can decide what to do next. Well, I guess the vista will help us decide. Ooh, good thing we had 2 charcoals. Good thing that there were 2 left. Yeah, I heard a very, very distant... Alright, is this the vista? Or do we have to go down? I don't want to go down. Okay, the vista is supposed to be west of the climbing rope. Where's the climbing rope? Here's the climbing rope. That means the vista is what, up there? I mean, I guess it must be up there. How could it be anywhere else? Especially since this looks eminently traversable. Let's see what we can see. Couldn't hurt to burn a little bit of fatigue. Get there faster. Before the weather decides to change. Yeah, I've been up here. I have 100% been up here. I remember coming up this lip. And I remember there being a dude somewhere near that lichen. Or somewhere in these trees. Yeah, because I came here, went around. Oh yeah, I am salty. I am so salty. Is it here? You... Okay, I remember... There's our bear. I remember getting the Andres Peak mark right here. Where is that vista? Here's our dude. And I also remember walking up here just to make sure if there's a vista. Just to make sure if there's a vista. I stood on top of this tiny little rock here. Okay. Where the hell is this? Andres Peak Vista should be somewhere over here. Son of a bitch. I 100% popped a Vista, or I popped a charcoal here before. I am salty! Oh, that was kind of weak sauce, though. Alright. At any rate, it's noon, huh? Let's see. There's a way down here, and there's a way down over here. I think these 2 ways down are kind of fungible. This one's a little bit more inconvenient to use, but it's more accessible from entering and exiting the region. So let's go with that one. Where did I drop that mountaineering rope? Did I bring it with me through the cave? I guess we just have to go and retrace our steps. Yeah, I definitely came down here. Ah. Yeah, so we go back through the cave, we try to find the stuff that I dropped. And then we can head more aggressively south. I just want to put a pin in exactly where that mountaineering rope is. Unless, did I walk this way? Did I walk this way? Let's find out. Because I know I looked over here and saw that it looked traversable, but I don't remember if I actually came this way. Okay, an extremely distant awoo. Not my problem. Not my couch, not my problem. Yeah, I think I probably did come this way. Hemming and hawing over whether that was a one-way trip. Oh yeah, yeah, I've been here. Cut down that branch, alright. Back through the cave. Back through the cave, try to find that... Where the heck did I drop that rope? Did I have dropped it inside the cave? Or did I bring it through all the way? I don't remember. Seems to be a theme. We're gasping. Gasping for breath. Yeah, this airplane did not have a good time. Not whatsoever. Oops. That's a tree branch. Okay, so here, water's still good and food is okay. Might have to hunt that wolf, or wait for him to find a deer or something again. Getting a little bit low on food. Okay, are we carrying anything stupid? Like, for example, multiple knives or hatchets. Nothing too bad. Where's all this weight coming from? Oh, a bunch of these reclaimed woods. That can stay. Okay, 5 kilos free. Not bad. Drop a knife too, and also one of these flashlights. I guess we can keep the insulated flask. It's light enough. All right, into the cave. Let's get our storm lantern. Figure out where the last storm lantern, the second one I mean, ended up. And did we drop anything else here? No. Okay. Kind of remember this being a little bit long, so let's go quick. The only thing I'd stop for is coal. Hunks of coal because I've been a bad, bad boy. That's in reference to Santa, by the way. Here we go. Let's not get lost. Remember, this place ends in a donut. So as long as we choose one direction, we're fine. I did see an ice fishing cabin on the lake. One of the only reliable ways I know to keep your lanterns fed is to get the fish oil from cooking and eating fish. So we might have to catch a few of those guys, if not for just food purposes. Because it's a pretty chill way to get food, and I've got a whole bunch of line and fishing tackle. Alright. Cave exit. I think, yeah, let's leave the storm lantern at the cave entrance. Probably gonna regret that, but I'm not gonna regret it yet. This went... I only vaguely recognize this. Where the heck are we? Oh, it must be this clearing, and I guess I skewed... No, I must have gone a different direction. Well, let's go in the middle and pop a charcoal. It looks safe enough. If I had the time, I would break those boxes down. See if they had any swag inside. But for now, let us be content with revealing where we are and how we can get back to that cave. The tri-entrance cave. First and last of its kind. And pop. Okay, not bad. Oh, I see. There was a left and a right, and I went the right. I went the left last time and the right this time. That's okay. That is a-okay. I thought it felt weird going down that very steep hill. I didn't remember that. Alright, so getting a little bit fatiguey. Might need to take a nap in a bit. Yeah, this is what happened. Rabbit. Double rabbit. Actually getting desperate enough to maybe hunt one of them. Or two, as the case may be. Okay, what are we looking for up here? We are looking for eventually some kind of climbing rope. But specifically not the one to the left here. You know, this region is actually pretty complicated up north here. There's a lot of different paths you can have active or inactive depending on where you left your climbing ropes. And there aren't so many climbing ropes that you can just ignore their positioning. All right, what do we see? Mackenzie, what do your Canada eyes see? I probably skewed left here. Maybe I took a, yeah, I think I took a peek down into this valley, which I guess is where I see. The engine is in the valley and the valley continues across. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That is a single wolf. A single lonely wolf. Okay, now I'm remembering. Okay, fire used to give warmth. I remember this cairn. And I remember going across that little valley, that little notch there, and breaking an ankle. Let's head that way. Try to get around this wolf. Stay away as much as we can from it. We have no scent marks, so it shouldn't be hunting us. But that doesn't mean I can just completely ignore what it's doing. Where'd it go? There it is. Shh. Well, I guess now we just need to keep moving. And hope it doesn't path as well as we do. Yeah, I definitely broke an ankle here before. Alright. Which means over to the left is somewhere, it's either a cave or a climbing spot. There's our climbing spot, which means the stuff, including a couple of venisons, should be right underneath it. If Buddy keeps chasing, well, I am feeling hungry. But what did I drop here? That is the question. Okay, Buddy's still chasing. So, that does look like a climbing rope, doesn't it? Alright, well, you know, it's a dead end. Also called end of the line. Come on. Come on, nice and low. Nice and low. Gotcha. Lost an arrow, though. Unfortunate to lose the arrow. Fortunate to gain whatever this is. That's not a climbing rope. That's some meat and a bunch of pelts. Unfortunate. Where's that mountaineering rope? Well, let's go up. Right now we're here. I kind of want to go... There's something over here. to kind of like an intermediate area that I never saw. Kind of want to go and check it out. Well, how are we weight-wise? 33 total. What we can do, here's what we do. Harvest the wolf. Climb up. Find a cave. Start a fire. Cook the wolf. Check that upper spot. 5 kilograms. That's a nice amount of wolf. My cat is in the way. I can't quite tell where the... I'm going to use OBS. Here. Okay. We head up, find a cave, cook, check that upper plateau, and then we'll come back down this way. How heavy are we? We are a little bit over. It wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to sleep here for an hour or two, especially because there's that cave right around here. More specifically, a cave system. So let's get our carry weight back. Probably 3 hours, right? I do this with complete impunity on account of this bearskin bedroll being so strong. Alright. And we're up. Not the fastest climb, but we'll make it. There we are. Okay. We'll hit the cave. Actually, I don't think we have a lot of firewood. 1 coal, 1 stick. That will actually probably do it for cooking all this wolf. But I also kind of don't want to use the coal. And we need more charcoals too. So let's actually break a branch down. Maybe even this branch. What is that noise? That's a bear. Drop all of that, and hopefully we can... Oh, Tomb Climber, you gotta be kidding me. How was I so encumbered? Alright, you have got to be kidding me.
Need some first aid.
Right, sneak. And yeah, that's more than a hug. Okay, I am screwed here. I cannot. Gotta turn around. Right, I can't see Jack because of this cat. Where's the drop? Okay, drop this. What else can we drop? We can drink water. Because we need to get down ASAP. Alright. Oof. Jesus. Jesus walks, I suppose we could say. And that bear runs. At least it wasn't a moose. If it was a moose, we wouldn't even be able to climb down here.
Something's making me feel tired.
Yes, something making you feel tired, huh? Okay, so let's think. First off, first aid. But good freaking God. And we also need a poultice. Where is it? Use. And use. Okay. Well, we need to sleep for at least 6 hours. Because that is how we are going to get our carry weight back. And to do so,
I'm not sure I can carry much
behoove
more.
us to take some of these things, especially this food. We're going to need that too. And fine, let's see, is there... There's not really a cave until all the way over here, is there? Okay, this is not the best situation I've ever seen. But yeah, Tactical Mutt, you joined in... You found me in a very interesting time in my life. To quote Jack. Can we find a little nook or cranny to hide in? I think maybe over here in the trees is the best we can do. Woof. Woofity woof woof woof. Yeah, I really just need a windbreak right now. A windbreak and less of a bear. Yeah, how you... Gets mauled by a bear. Hey bro, how you doing? Okay, and now before I unfall asleep to death. Let's pop this somewhere. Oh, saw a pixel. Give me the green pixel. Give me the green pixel, damn you. There we are. Okay. Sleep for 6. Hope we don't wake up in a blizzard. If we wake up in a blizzard, I swear to God. Okay. Okay, not half bad. Not half bad. Let's sleep for a little bit more. Get some more condition back, get some more buffer on the carry weight. And let's try this again. Okay, now we're freezing. That's not great. Okay, first order of business. Let's head back to that cave. The tri-entrance cave. It shouldn't be far. No, it is kind of far, though.
So
damn
cold.
Okay. No, we have to. For 2 reasons. One is because I want to cook something without having to get trolled by a bear. And 2 is because we can start bringing this... Not this.
I could eat anything right now.
We can start bringing this equipment back to somewhere that is more accessible. Okay. Let's head over quick. And we need to be careful here. I am liable to break an ankle here. So let's see if we can sprint and go faster and not have that happen. Up, come on. Yep, okay, there we go. There we go. And the wolf isn't here, so we're safe. So we just need to go... Gotta go fast. God. Tactical, if you're still here, do you play this game? Do you have bears give you literal bear hugs? Alright, come on, where's that cave? Show me the cave. Model's freaking out, man. It's kind of dark. Come on. And that's another... I hate it when you're doing something, you hear the animal sneaking up on you, and the game's just like, nope, you're just going to continue doing what you're doing because you can't stop, because you don't have ears.
I'm gonna need to eat soon.
It's very annoying. Alright. Here we go. Here we go. Finally. Finally. Take your charcoal. Start the fire. You can find the frickin'... There. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There. And immediately toss these venison on.
Turned out pretty well.
Immediately. Actually, a coal too. No. Don't survey the area. There's nothing here. Place. Hot. Where is it? Where is it? There. And no, no. Stop. You know, these menus are very poorly designed. Okay, moldy venison. Yeah, this one first. Here, cook. Nope. What? 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 This goddamn, no, not water. This goddamn, god, you know what? We're just raw dogging it. Raw dogging it. Where the hell? This goddamn cat is covering exactly the bottom right corner of my screen. And I can't see anything. There. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. There we go. There you go. Terrible menu system. 39 minutes, 33 minutes. Could be worse. Could be better, but it could be worse. And we're going to be chilling out here for a minute. So let's actually throw another shrimp on this Barbie. Okay. Well, I guess we have to... Oh, that is kind of cutting it close. Cat, god damn it. Yeah, now I can't see my... I can't see the health gauges because the cat is lying over the bottom of the screen. Swear to God, if I lose this well fed because of 2 minutes of menu flubbing, thank God. Thank God. All right. Okay. That's fine. Everything is fine. Everything is okay. All right, how are we doing? We're still a little overweight, but we can start. Finally, the crampons have been broken. Drop the crampons. Okay, these are looking rough. Yeah, I'm gonna need to fix a bunch of this stuff soon. But not quite. Damn it, cat. Okay. Let's drop these for on the way back, maybe. Actually, we're close enough. Might as well put them in the cave. Start some water, put those in the cave. This way. Cave is this way. And then we can sleep. Get some more health back. And then try again. Goddamn bear. Where in the hell did it come from? Where in the actual hell? Actually, clothes-wise, 30. We probably had about a 40% protection bonus when that bear attacked us. And we ended up with a very low amount of health left. I feel like if we didn't have any protection bonus from the clothing and things like that, we would have just died outright. All right. We will just poke our tiny little nose in the cave. And we'll drop all of this curable stuff. Like this. And this. Okay, nothing else. So 4 kilos free. That can get fixed. Well, not fixed, but what's the word I'm looking for? It can be harvested. And what else have we got? Anything that we want to drop on the way back? The second... no. I want to leave one of these, actually. Come on. I want to leave the more empty storm lantern at the entrance to the next region, the cave system. And okay, and that's going to be the storm lantern that I'm not dropping. All right, back to the cave, and we sleep. The cave is this way. Oops. Grab it. All right, sleep for 6. That'll put us till about dusk. Should be plenty of time to head over to the cave system and pick up all the wood and meat that we dropped on the way there. God, that goddamn bear. Of course, it ranges through this entire northern area. And in that 40 minutes, it just decided it had to be right up on my ass. Might as well make some water. You never know, just in case. Cat, god damn it, move. Alright, crampons don't need. And what does this say? That looks spoiled. Unsafe. Rewait. And yeah. There we go. Alright. So you are boiled. Drink and pick up. And how much burn time? 2 hours. We can definitely do... Ooh, god damn it. Come on. What the hell is this? What the... Hello. Boil, please. Come on. Okay. Sleep for an hour. Start chipping away at that damage. And 46 minutes. Guess we could do another liter. And that will burn out before it boils off. So we sleep. And that sounds like it boiled. Pick you up, charcoal. We can drop water. Probably...
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Probably 2 liters. 2.5. No, come on now. Sleep for 4 hours. The hell is that noise? Come on. Come on. Oh, god damn it, he dropped the bow, didn't he? Mother. Son of a bitch. I'm sure that was loaded earlier. Okay, first order business. Head up the rope. Head up the rope and get that food. Food and fuel. Then head to the cave system. Cook the food. Eat the food. Get the rest of our condition back. Come on, wind, really? You've got to be kidding me. The hell was that noise? God damn it, cat. Karen, Come on. Story's not yet written. Of course it's not. Seems like most of them are not yet written. It's goddamn wind. Seriously. Probably even more frustrating than getting ganked by a bear. Come on. All right, let's go. Come on. Seriously, the wind changed, so I'm still right. You've got to be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me. Well, on the plus side, honestly, what can the chances be that the bear is still right up there? It should be basically impossible. You have got to be kidding me. Son of a bitch. All right, let's try this again. Literally, the only upside for all that is I could finally ditch those broken crampons. All right, how screwed are we? Let's get... Seriously, the bow's here?
Too much stuff to carry.
Okay, we need to be extremely careful, because it is a pain in the ass to drop all that wood through menuing. Okay, that's just a rock. I cannot believe the bear just walked right up here. Seriously? Come on, you have got to be kidding me with this wind. This is ridiculous. Okay, this is how it should have been. Now, where the hell is that cave system? Here it is. Okay. Finally. Absolutely finally. Okay, so the question is, do we go in the cave system or do we go in the actual cave that's over here? I feel like the bear certainly walks by here, because how else could it get right in front of us just now? I feel like the bear is not going to be walking through this little deer park. So shouldn't we be safer in the cave over here? I think we should be. God damn this wind. And that looks like some saplings. This is actually ridiculous. Okay, that's a deer. Deer are fine. Deer are friends. How many charcoals do we have? 6 charcoals. And a few more after we cook. So let's not bother with this limb. Come on. Come on. How much wind could there really be here? Come on. There we go. There we go. All right.
It's dusk, so night can't be far behind.
Okay, this'll do. Take the charcoal, too. I'll take it. And for firewood, huh? Not the best. But better than burning those books, because I haven't actually read those 2 books yet. Okay. Great.
Come on.
Great.
Come on.
We will double task. We'll cook water. And we'll also cook meat. Because this is the best way station. Well, I don't even know if it's a good way station. We could just leave things inside the cave system. Nothing's stopping us. Yeah, there's the... Sometimes things are just bugged, I suppose. Water and meat. And let's just make sure we don't let this fire burn out. Guess we could toss a coal. Whew. Rough. Delicious. Not water. Cooking, please. $50. Another fur. Okay, things are feeling stabilized. Things are feeling quite stabilized. Midnight, we can sleep until morning. Just finish this guy up. Just because if we start the next one, not even close enough, should just let that burn out. Let us use this bedroll as opposed to the bear skin.
I'm not gonna be able to carry this load for much longer.
Where the hell's the bedroll? There it is. Come on. Come on, there we are. And 6 or 7. Probably only get 6 or 7. How's the weather? Foggy AF. Actually, that is hella foggy. Achoo! Okay, so that is not surveying weather. That's a deer. That is a deer, right? That is a deer. Okay. Let's get the charcoal. And probably call it here. We stabilized from the bear attack. We've got a little bit of a outpost kind of thing going on. And the next order of business is find our way over to this climbing zone and see what's up there. It should be an intermediate... What is so heavy that we're carrying? Oh, all this junk, huh? Why did I bring this up? Oh, I brought it up because that's really probably only going to be useful in the cave system. So let's head over to the cave system. And actually probably drop this stuff there too.
starting to slow me down.
We'll head over to the cave system, drop all this junk, and then we can head out towards the climb spot next time. Is that a bear noise? Thought I heard something. But it could have been a deer. It looks like the fog is burning off. It's still quite pea soupy, but it looks like it's reducing. As always, it's hard to tell. We're clear, right? Yeah. All right, let's hop inside. If we have the lantern, we'll drop that here too. And I'm pretty sure I brought one. Yeah, we brought this one. Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
It's starting to weigh me down.
Okay, and we'll just drop things right here. Right here. Hammer. We will drop storm lantern. What else? What else? Food and water. Take a couple steps forward. And... yeah. Okay, and now we are climb worthy. Where the hell's the exit? Fuck. Why is it so dark? Like, actually, why is it so dark? There. Yeah, it's too pea soupy to do any surveying. Might even get lost on the way to the climb zone. Let's grab this save. And let's call it here. It's been 6 hours anyway. Alright, well. Goddamn, have I been trying. And I've been being Yuchi at the same time. So, party people, we'll see you on the proverbial flip side. And until next time.